the Lord. And I request for a volunteer who is well blessed, who feels blessed today, to usher us into the moment. I know Jonathan Guaita is one of the most blessed guys today, and I'll tell you why. So Jonathan, please come and lead us into a word of prayer as we start.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me request us to rise and we pray. Father and our God, we are grateful for this new day. We thank you for your mercies are new for us. It is day 3 of RISE, and we are happy that you've been with us in the past 2 days. Today being our last, we ask that you will still be with us, and the deliberations and the discussions that we shall have today, Lord, shall be fruitful, that at the end of it all, Lord, we shall gain the purpose of RISE, and each one of us, Lord, shall plug in, knowing where we are supposed to play our part as a different partners, Lord, in this. We thank you, and we commit ourselves and the entire discussions once again to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Day 3 comes at a very exciting moment for all of us. And I believe we must have some good energies coming out today. Day 1 and 2, for some of us who have been here, we've got into the dissection into RISE. For some of us who are coming in for the first day, RISE is about reshaping industries for a sustainable economy. Over the last 2 days, we've got a few points of convergence, and we think these are going to be the frontiers for our big thinking, for our economy, and for our country. A few learning tips which I think we are going to congregate and aggregate today. One is about the fact that we must be the architects of our prosperity. We must engineer prosperity for our country. We know we are pursuing a 10-fold growth strategy as Uganda. We have earmarked the frontier sectors that are ready to take us into the land that we want to see our country, Uganda, with the acronym of ATMS. Of course, speaking through agro-industrialization, we are looking at tourism, we are looking at mineral development, and we are looking at STI. It's quite a long day, but very interesting. And before we go into the introductions, before we go into the protocols, allow me to take you through the program of the day, which will be from 8. Ideally, we're supposed to start at 9, and we apologize for a few lapses here and there, but we are hopeful to be able to catch up. One of our keynote speakers is on the way. In a few minutes, will be joining us. Just quickly through the program, just give me a minute. Okay, right here. We will be going through, we've done the registration and networking, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the online application that you guys were able to register. We've been able to collect a lot of information right there. We are going to have a welcoming address, which will be done by the session chair. We'll have our keynote address that will be presented by one of our chief presenters for the day. We will have a ministerial address coming through. We'll break off for break. We will have an industry leader presentation. I'll shortly introduce the industry leader in the house immediately after break. And then we'll go into our panel discussion. Our moderator will be introducing our panelists for the day as we are dissecting into the technology discussions here. and then we'll come up with a way forward and what we see as the point of reflection as we move into the next steps. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Chairman, International Council of Sustainability Standards and Initiatives, and CEO of the European Organization for Sustainable Development, Mr. Ashad Rab. You're most welcome. I also take the honor to welcome in absentia a few minutes the PS of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance will be joining us, Dr. Amina Zawede, and at that point I'll be notifying you when she's here. I welcome our industry leader to lead us into the session that we are going to have, Professor Lawrence Muganga, Vice Chancellor of Victoria University, but also a member of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Most welcome, Professor. We have captains of the industry, a number of CEOs for the financial services sector in Uganda who are in the house. We'll get an opportunity to introduce them. And then we'll go into our model discussion, our panel discussions, where the moderator will be able to introduce our keynote panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, just about RISE, the reshaping industries for a sustainable economy, RISE for Uganda, is this one opportunity that we have agreed that only local solutions should be provided for the country called Uganda if we are to architect the prosperity we are pursuing. It is in this platform that we agreed we cannot continue to have segmented efforts. Rather, we should have aggregated efforts where each stakeholder, each development actor comes into one room to think through the development agenda of the country. Over the last 2 days, we've also agreed that RISE will provide that one opportunity where we are going to have big thinking for our economy. We are going to have a high value, a value-added driven economy. We are going to have a high-tech economy, and this should be the frontier for our prosperity as we are pursuing the tenfold growth program. It is in this platform that we have agreed that several missions will play a leading role. We have players in the agri-food system. We had a mission that really dissected a number of opportunities there. We have players in the energy mission, which has played some frontier initiatives we must play as all stakeholders in the development space. We have the infrastructure mission, which I'm glad to notify you will be happening in the afternoon. We have the tech mission, technology, and I'm glad to welcome you to the tech mission that is going to look out for the cross-cutting technologies at the center of all our efforts, all our ambitions in the different stakeholders, including the policymakers, including the academia, where we have the innovators, including the financiers, the financial sector within the country, not only UDB, but all aggregated financial services sector in one platform, where we translate problems into opportunities for bankable solutions. And every stakeholder in the financial ecosystem will be playing a key role. We now come to look out for what are those cross-cutting technologies. Right from yesterday, all the missions that have happened on day one, we've been able to highlight and earmark cross-cutting technologies that are going to be the frontiers, the sources of the prosperity we are trying to pursue as a country. And what an opportunity to have all the stakeholders, the tech developers in the house, the policymakers, the regulators, the financiers, and most importantly, the innovators, the entrepreneurs who are trying to spur economic growth and development of the country. So we'll also look out for the emerging or next frontier technologies that are going to reshape and build new industries. We learned from the first day that when we identify problems, we are able to architect solutions which ultimately create new industries. And from those new industries, we are able to reflect upon the development impact that we are trying to achieve in our different capacities as all players within the same ecosystem. So that's RISE for you, and that's the opportunity that we have. Shortly, I'll ask whether we have had delegates that were here since day one. Can I just see by show of hands some of the delegates that have been here with us day one or day two and are here on day three? Aha, we have 1, 2. Now, we have an opportunity. We have some gentlemen here. You're most welcome. Thank you for keeping the candle burning. So we will have an opportunity to reimagine what Uganda will look like when we collectively get RISE into play and we are able to get into the space that we are pursuing as a country. So from that, we will be able to reimagine what kind of cross-cutting technologies, what are the next frontier technologies that are going to build new industries. Imagine a situation where you're living in a country where government technology is the engine of public service, where we are talking about health tech powered by digital, where we have everything within our ecosystem, edutech. Professor here will be telling you about the opportunities in that space and how RISE can be an anchor to some of those emerging opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite in the video to kind of break the ice, and then I'll come back to get some few reflections and insights before we invite in our keynote speakers. And at this moment, I would like to invite in the video from our technical team. Thank you very much.
This is a country known to the world for biodiversity, mountain gorillas, chimpanzees, source of River Nile, and agriculture. But Uganda is also known to the world for poverty because the current solutions, by and large, are not making the big change needed to achieve prosperity. In many cases, the small, isolated solutions are holding the people behind and not let them thrive. The European Organization for Sustainable Development, EOSD, and the Uganda Development Bank, UDB, join hands for building big futures together, for systemic change, not isolated interventions, for stop managing poverty and start building prosperity. It is a partnership that enables a new dawn, and it is proud to announce RISE for Uganda. RISE is for moving away from small and isolated fixes that keep people trapped in the past and lock communities into outdated systems. But there is no progress without daring to think big. So, get ready to rethink what is possible. RISE is ready to build a modern Uganda through bold solution. Take the example of energy. Donating solar lamps or subsidizing them to make affordable for those who are not grid connected can charge a phone but cannot power communities. Small fixes, such as lighting a bulb with solar lamp, cannot be considered as an alternative to systemic change or shall not undermine the need for high energy outputs. RISE is for high-tech mini-grids, smart grids, and large-scale renewable energy plants. Such interventions will create modern towns and create prosperous society. This is what big thinking looks like. Now, let us take agriculture. Providing handheld tools, small seed packets, or outdated irrigation pumps lock farmers in subsistence and make it impossible to end generational poverty. RISE is about precision agriculture and drone-based crop monitoring. It capitalizes on the power of AI-driven analytics and cold chain logistics that revolutionizes agriculture sector for creating engines of economic growth, innovation, and resilience. This is how future takes place. Now, let us put manufacturing under the spotlight. Small-scale, outdated workshops with low productivity and poor working conditions cannot transform lives. This is the reason why RISE enables investments in smart factories powered by automation, robotics, and renewable energy and connected through smart logistics. And the small-scale, unsafe artisanal use of raw material hardly provides enough returns to the communities to survive. RISE focuses on high value addition through modern and green technologies. This is true development. This is the power of bold thinking. And the time to revisit education system has come. In education sector, a system where chalkboards, poor teaching quality, and outdated computers that barely function dominates education system and benefit handful of people at the cost of future generations. Here is the response of RISE. Together, we will capitalize on digital classrooms, e-learning platforms, and AI-powered education tailored to individual learners for making high-quality education affordable and accessible to masses. And together, we will turn the vision into reality. Let's take a closer look at the health sector. In mobile clinics that visit once a month at the most or outdated primary care facilities with minimal equipment and poor treatment are seen as solutions. But communities remain vulnerable to preventable illnesses. RISE aims to promote telemedicine platforms, AI-driven diagnostics, and modern hospitals integrated with digital health records. This is a leap in accessibility and care quality. And quality is what is missing in cities and towns. Unorganized local businesses are currently important for livelihoods in urban areas. But relying solely on them leaves towns fragmented, underdeveloped, and trapped in cycles of low productivity. And low productivity perpetuates poverty. RISE envisions large-scale modernization of towns and high-tech urbanization, such as cutting-edge mobility solutions, integrated renewable grids, smart water and waste management systems. RISE envisions clean, high-end manufacturing hubs fostering town and city growth, creating high-skilled jobs, stimulating economic ecosystems, driving innovation, and attracting talent and investments, and state-of-the-art delivery of goods and services. This is beyond survival. This is development worth fighting for. But RISE requires bold vision, not narrow thinking. It is a call to action, a call to disrupt small thinking, a call to reject solutions that make poverty a little more bearable, but do not make prosperity inevitable. RISE is a call to collectively work for systemic solutions, solutions that do not keep Uganda trapped in the past, but modernize the industry and drive real, sustainable growth. A growth that is driven by big thinking, sustained by collective resolve, and realized through united actions. All stakeholders are invited to be part of the RISE ecosystem. Technology providers and seekers, members of engineering community and R&D institutions, energy technologists and seekers of modern energy solutions, agricultural technology providers or seekers, public bodies, and financial institutions. You are all invited to join in shaping a new era of high-tech innovation to create a bright future for all. So, are you ready to imagine a new future? And are you ready to build what once seemed unreachable? Send your expressions of interest to UDB to begin transforming Uganda from what it is today, to create one of the most advanced modern countries in the world, and within one generation. RISE for Uganda, for future begins here and now. Contact UDB today to begin collaboration for a new dawn.
All right, thank you very much, audience. And I think we all could be proud of the Uganda that we shall see after we collectively put our efforts together, right? Now we have a call to action. We are being called upon to challenge ourselves beyond the small thinking. We don't need to make poverty a little bit more bearable. We need to engineer prosperity, some of the key themes we are picking here. And it's about the collective effort of all the stakeholders that have been shown in this space. So ladies and gentlemen, RISE technology is one of the key missions in which we should be able to achieve this. Of course, we've talked about over the last two dialogues, we have converged some realities that Uganda to leap into the 10-fold growth trajectory. System-based rather than cross-sectoral delivery systems shall be the frontier among all the development actors. Of course, the development actors, we are talking about the private sector, who are the entrepreneurs, the lead promoters, the investors for this economy. We are looking at the policymakers, I'm glad to note that we have quite a good representation from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. We have Commissioner Kenneth, and we have Commissioner Ryoka already in the house. The PS is just on her way, just been notified. She had a meeting that she managed just within the building, so she'll be joining us shortly. So policy making is very fundamental. We have the regulators. Here I'm talking of brothers like Colin at the Bank of Uganda. We have UCC, we have NITA, we have the Financial Intelligence Authority, quite a number of regulators that have an ecosystem to play within the space. We are looking out for academia. I'm glad to note Dr. Margaret in the house. Of course, our industry leader, professor, is in the house, and we'll be able to break some of those emerging opportunities that we should see. And the financiers, of course, UDB taking front lead in RISE in collaboration with the European Organization for Sustainable Development. And this is a platform not for UDB, but it's a platform for the ecosystem within the financial sector. So everybody has a role to play. Of course, a lot of discussions are going on with Bank of Uganda on how we can integrate all the financial service architect into the space. Quite a number of stakeholders, as we've seen, that have a leading role to play. The tech developers, I've seen a number of them. IoTech in the house. I met a few others earlier in the day. So we all have a role to play. And so this platform prevails that opportunity. RISE technology mission is scoped into two strategic horizons, ladies and gentlemen. One being the cross-sector technologies that seek to scale artificial intelligence, data platforms, national analytic systems. Our country is blessed to be collecting a lot of data through the national registries, quite a lot of that, to can build fundamental analytics that can power up the digital thinking that we are trying to achieve. We are looking at digital infrastructure, some bits of fragmentation in our digital infrastructure, but we have agreed that if we are to power up the economy via the RISE platform, we need to think about an integrated digital infrastructure, and we'll be getting insights from the industry leaders in the house later on in the day. We are looking at Internet of Things and sensor networks that are driving this kind of thinking, the big thinking we are driving. Digital twins for assets, cities, and ecosystems. We are talking about interoperability. We are talking about cybersecurity frameworks and digital identity systems. All these are going to be bedrocks and next frontiers for us to achieve the ambitions we are trying to do in our ATMS. The other strategic horizon, of course, we seek to scale on adoption of the next frontier and standalone high-tech domains. I've talked about the GovTech and digital public services. I know of countries in Africa here that have actually set up targets. I think Egypt has set up a target of 7% of their GDP to be generated from artificial intelligence by 2030. So those could be some use cases to really demonstrate that it's doable and we can achieve that. Health tech and biodigital systems. RISE has shown us how it's possible, how we reimagine our health sector in what we are seeing up there. We are looking at EdTech, the education sector. A number of promoters within the industry, following the new curriculum, have already identified pain points around adoption in the EdTech. Of course, RISE provides those opportunities that we may want to scope. We are looking at workforce intelligence platforms. We are looking at emerging manufacturing technologies. I think you've had RISE show some of how this is possible, and that's a testament that it is something we should pursue. So the dual scope only ensures that RISE technology future-proofs adaptive and expansive engagements that we think we want to drive in the next frontier for our big thinking, for our high impact, high-tech, high-value-added economy. And so we are looking forward to catalyzing socioeconomic prosperity delivered, and which is deliberately, and prosperity that is deliberately engineered, as we've been reminded around RISE. This platform brings together tech innovators, system architects, investors, regulators, academia, research institutions, and financiers, who are the catalysts to accelerate the deployment of foundational tech systems to drive productivity, resilience, and competitiveness across Uganda and the entire economic system. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the RISE Tech platform, and we look forward to so much engagement and so much discussions in the course of the next few hours. At this point in time, allow me to formally invite in one of our own, Director Joshua, to come and give welcoming remarks on behalf of the Managing Director of Uganda Development Bank, who unfortunately is not with us due to other commitments, but we've been with her over the last 2 days, and she's here in spirit. Our EXCO team is all here, and we look forward to further engagements during the day. Over to you, Joshua.
Thank you, Silva. Once again, our apologies and regrets from the Managing Director, who is unable to join us for this particular mission, but she is with us and would like to pass her appreciation to you all for having come in this morning. And I stand on the protocol that Silva did articulate. And once again, welcome you to this RISE mission this morning. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our dear guests, partners, we are delighted to have you this morning. And your presence here does reflect a shared commitment to driving Uganda's sustainable economic transformation. So thank you very much for coming through. For those that might have missed the formal introduction to RISE, the video does articulate what RISE is all about. And through RISE, we are advancing a deliberate, mission-oriented approach to industrial development, one that brings together different partners. It's bringing together industry leaders like yourselves, financiers like UDB and our partner banks who have been in attendance by extension through Uganda Bankers Association. It's bringing together investors, innovators, academia, policymakers to have a concerted effort around developing Uganda through sustainable industry. We must all do our part. The regulators must create an enabling and predictable framework that governs how we approach industrialization. Financiers must structure patient, catalytic, and strategic capital. Academia must anchor research, technology, and talent development that does support industrialization. Investors must step forward with confidence in well-prepared, bankable pipelines. So, ladies and gentlemen, industrial transformation will not happen by chance. It will happen by design, through alignment, through discipline, through sustained collaboration. And that's what RISE is all about. RISE is our approach to a coordinated, it's our commitment to a coordinated approach, and together we can build an industrial backbone that will power Uganda's long-term growth and competitiveness. So once again, I welcome you to RISE, and I look forward to a really engaging morning where we'll explore more in respect to what our roles can be and what commitments we need to make in our different capacities to ensure that we sustain the development of our country. I know we're expecting the PS any minute now, but on behalf of the bank, we are excited that you're joining us on this journey and look forward to further deliberations this morning. I thank you.
Right, thank you very much, members. I think at this point, allow me to invite our keynote speech to be delivered by the Chairman, International Council for Sustainability Standard Certification Initiative and CEO of the European Organization for Sustainable Development. We also take the pleasure to welcome our ministerial statement presenter, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Amina Zawede. You're most welcome. And thank you for your time. We know there was a series of meetings back to back, but we appreciate your presence to this high-value, high-level occasion. At this point, we had some introductions about RISE, and I hope, Madam PS, you got an opportunity to look at the concept note around RISE. We are now into the technology mission, one of the anchors for us to reshape industries for sustainable economy. We've gone through a video which we'll be glad to share with you just to reimagine the economy we want to anticipate to see in the next few years when we collaboratively put efforts together to play. I'm glad to have representation from the ministry through the commissioners around, and they could be able to provide additional context. At this time, we are welcoming in the keynote speech to be delivered by Mr. Shadrab. So Mr. Shadrab is, to introduce you to the PS, Mr. Shadrab is the chairman for the International Council for Sustainability Standards Initiative, but also CEO of the European Organization for Sustainable Development. The bank has collaborated with the institution of Mr. Rab to kind of contextualize all these emerging opportunities to be presented by RISE. And at this point, I'd like to invite him to give us the keynote speech. Thank you, Mr. Rab. Thank you very much. Our keynote address from Mr. Rab. A round of applause for Mr. Rab. I can't take the risk of diluting what he has spoken, but I know picking from the principle of three, I'll only pick out three key fundamental aspects. You cannot achieve tenfold growth strategy without tenfold productivity. The cross-sector synergies stand out as being very critical, but also I pick technology sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite in our policy anchor, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Amina Zawede, for her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. Speaking after the keynote speech is going to be a difficult one this morning. I've never been challenged in a long time, but this one has been a powerful one in terms of bringing the message home. I'll start, I don't know the protocol this morning since I came late, but I'll ride on the protocol that has been previously observed. Instead of giving a speech and running through speeches, I was very thrilled that Arshad? Yeah, Arshad has read our priorities as government. He knows our strategies like the back of his hand. So there is no new message I'm bringing home. But I'm happy to note that giving your speech from an informed point of view, grounded point of view, has been an opportunity for the people here to kind of decipher or break down what they've been hearing. Everybody today is talking about tenfold growth and ATMs. If you want to impress any government official, you have to, and you move away without saying those words, they will wonder what you're talking about. So for me, listening to what you have said is going to be an opportunity for Uganda Development Bank, and thank you for hosting us this morning and for hosting this event, to put into perspective what they need to prioritize, even when selecting the kind of projects to finance, or what they need to do in order for us to attain that tenfold. In fact, now I'm calling it 100-fold, because we are going to do, we are going to invest and we are going to implement from an informed point of view. Now, for purposes of just clarity, I think you said you've had tenfold growth, but you've not had about the definition of the kind of growth, whether it's quality growth or whether it's sustainable growth. I think we have not specifically talked about that, but the fact that the tenfold growth is anchored on the ATMs, and I always tell people the first time I had ATMs, I knew that was money. And you cannot make money if it is not good quality. You cannot realize money if it is not a good quality path or growth. So the fact that we are anchoring the tenfold growth on the ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, development, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation, as well as the creative industry, all these are backed and supported by technology, by ICT. So that in itself shows that we are purposed to ensure that we are not only going to have consumptive growth, but it is going to be growth that is informed by data, informed by technology. Even the technology sovereignty is actually a part of our intentions, because we have the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy, where we are protecting our young people, protecting the fact that we need local solutions. That way, we are purposed in terms of ensuring that, yes, even the data, because if you have technology sovereignty, even the data sovereignty you'll be able to achieve and realize. So we know that if we do that, we shall build solutions that are custom-made for us. We understand what our challenges are. Most of the things we do as Ugandans, especially the young people, is that we have that lamentation mentality. So that when we see the challenges you have talked about, the bad traffic, the poor, maybe we don't see opportunities in how we handle traffic, or opportunities in how we are going to handle waste, especially now that we are going into e-waste management and all that. So this talk today, I hope that we have been able to record it, because I'm going to play it in so many forums to the young people in academia. I see a number of academics here. Makerere University is here, but she has also been in industry. Professor Dorothy Okello. We have Professor Muganga also working with us. These people have been working closely with the ministry. And for us as government, and even here with this forum, we are saying as government, we cannot even achieve this growth as government alone. This is something that is going to take the community to grow. And by community, I mean all the stakeholders involved. Government, the private sector, development partners, academia, even the media. We forget about media. You are talking about technology supporting everything, but even today, we need technology to support communication. And without having a structured communication path or strategy, we shall not even be able to realize this, tenfold growth strategy, because this growth is not only national, it is growth that is global. And globalization implies that you have to speak to even how the country is represented. How do we talk about Uganda? How do we attract the partners that we want? I believe that with the RISE initiative, well, we are going to support the local industry and development, but still we leverage on experts. We leverage on, especially when it comes to areas to do with cybersecurity, we still need to leverage on, expertise to grow that to grow that industry. He's talked about the different evolutions in technology, that if we are not going to realize this, if we are not doing things like improvement in productivity, leveraging on things to do with precision engineering, precision, this is, when I heard you say precision engineering, I was so happy because I have a daughter, she's 16 years old, but when she was 13, I think 13, 12, she told me she wanted to do precision medicine. And I said, my child, aren't you going to be broke? Because I didn't understand, what it was then. But today, with hindsight, I know that that is where the world is heading. And so these things we know at the back of our mind, but hearing from you, especially from that, from the position you sit with the global, perspective that you have, it gives us confidence on the path that we should develop to get there. To get back to my speech a little bit, I want to say that this is a very pivotal moment for us as a country, especially in line with the fact that Uganda Development Bank has decided that before we go into this assessment of initiatives and let us have a discussion and conversation to understand where we want to go and where we want to head. And the theme that we are talking about, Uganda, the dawn of a new era, is a symbolic one because it moves far beyond economic paths and steps into high-tech industrialization with intention and discipline. So as a ministry, our role, like I was introduced, we are giving policy direction. The Ministry of ICT cannot in itself support all the digitization agenda for this country because if we did, then we would be running the whole budget for the country. However, we understand and appreciate that within the various coffers of each entity, everyone has budgeted for IT. Everyone has budgeted for communication. But what happens is that whereas it's a good thing, and many institutions, some of them are over-ambitious, more ambitious than others, but it has led us to having, developing silos, duplications, and all that results into waste, and eventually not realizing the value that we want to see. So as a ministry, we have started with, of course, we understand that the value of technology and technological growth and the AI that we are talking about all is anchored in data. So we have started by developing, we have our national data strategy that has been approved and we are going to disseminate by the end of this month. This national data strategy was done intentionally. We have actually delayed to come up with our AI strategy. We are developing it, but we were intentional. Because many of these countries we have seen around us that have developed the AI strategies or policies are now developing their data strategies because they could not move. If you don't have data, if you have not harmonized how to structure it, how to integrate it, how to have systems communicate, then you cannot be able to realize AI. So we have our national data strategy that the government owns. All accounting officers are aware of it because it comes with implications in terms of, and consequences in terms of, having it realized. If entities cannot share data, then we cannot achieve and realize the value of data. So this strategy is helping us align ourselves, have systems talk to each other, eliminate the duplications, and standardize data collection and harmonization. Then we are going to have our AI strategy come, and when it does, it will be implemented on the go. So that is what we are doing as a government, and some of the people in this room are part of these initiatives that we have done. I think Professor Mganga here is part of the AI Task Force, National AI Task Force, and others. It is a task force that has representation from government, academia, private sector, and we don't have development partners, but we know that with our various engagements, development partners are at the forefront of giving input into that strategy. Then the other thing that we have done or we have observed is that as a result of realizing that we have all this duplication, I think for those of you in government, we have the second budget call circular that came through. And one of the things in there is that, you know, for us to invest, because investment is now deliberate, for us to realize this growth, we have to be intentional from the word go. So we are saying we are not investing in any acquisition of digital systems or digitization without approval from the Ministry of ICT in government. Why? Because we have developed a system that has an inventory of all systems, IT systems. So in there we have found a lot of, you know when you have data, then you generate so many insights. So we have identified duplications, you find matches, we have a system for financial management. There are others for financial management to date. We have a system for human capital management or human resource management, but there are 12 or 20 others. So we are saying, no, why are we duplicating all this effort? If you want to do a new system, what is it? Do you need to start one from scratch, or do we build on something existing? And what kind of data are you collecting? If it is already in the ecosystem, why don't you leverage on that? That way we save time, we save money, and also we improve our efficiency. I didn't get an opportunity to listen to the video. I'm looking forward to, having it. But you talked about, you presented Sarah to us, and I jokingly told my teams on the table that, Arshad talked about technological sovereignty. So this Sarah must be Ugandan. I actually thought Sarah should be some Ugandan name. We shall give her a name. Or we shall create one, because that is what we are supposed to do, to get our country there. So I didn't, but I also don't know, these AI agents, are they supposed to be women only? Because, they tend to be women. So I thought maybe it should be a Nachivuka or somebody. I don't know. But we shall think about something, because I know we have built the capacity as a country to do so. One of the things that we have done as a ministry in line with technology is that to be able to implement effectively our goals and objectives of the, our objectives of realizing our tenfold growth through the National Development Plan, we have the National Digital Transformation Roadmap. I don't know whether you have read about that one, but it is a strategy that we have. It's a 5-year strategy. It started before the NDP4. However, most of, because it started 2023, ends 2028, part of it was adopted into the National Development Plan 4 and extended up to the lifetime of NDP4. However, we have set out clear priorities in order to support the multi-sectoral targets that we want to achieve by 27-28. One of them, because for you to leverage on technology and to benefit from technology, you have to be connected. So we have prioritized connectivity. And I know I have seen one of the panelists, James Beronda, who is working on ensuring that we have services in the underserved areas. We want to achieve broadband coverage to a tune of 90% if we are to ensure high technological industries can operate in our country. Because if we are attracting industrial development, it should be able to thrive in any part of the country. Because the different parts of the country have different values or different assets that they have, or different, what do I call it? If somebody grows, different, they could be having minerals in the north that are not in the west or south. So you can't have a mineral industry in a place where there are no minerals. So if you want to attract mineral development in the area that has the minerals, then you have to be able to support the enablers, the technology, the electricity, power, water, and name it. We also are prioritizing in our national digital transformation roadmap, digitizing services, taking as many services online as possible, both within government and the private sector. And we want to move about 95% of government services online in order to reduce the cost of doing business. And the spirit in which we are doing that system, I've told you, we call it the Government Digital Registry. The reason we are doing it is that for us to achieve and realize the 95% of government services online, you find that probably we could have got there a long time ago. But because we have these duplications around, we have been hindered from realizing that percentage earlier, so harmonizing will help us get there. We are also prioritizing digital skilling. Digital skilling right from the basic skills. For us, you talked about the value chain of agriculture, smart agriculture, starting from the farmers right up to the agro-processing facilities and to the market. But you know, for us to get value out of this chain, even the farmers themselves have to be tech savvy. Because if you're developing tools that will help you generate data, understand the data to process it, know where the markets are and all that, all these people from the word go have to, have to be tech savvy. So we are doing a lot of skilling. And because you actually articulated that we have to have technological sovereignty, Uganda has 52 different languages. And so when we are developing this technology, you find, for example, China will have their technology in Chinese. Europe and so on, they all have technology in their languages. You find technology in Arabic, in Portuguese, in French, but you have not found technology in Uganda, in Ateso, and so on and so forth. But the people growing the coffee, the people growing the, rearing the cows and what, are not speaking those other languages. So we need to develop technology that is enabled and rides on our languages. And to that end, as a nation, or Uganda, we pride in the fact that we have young people or young companies that are actually doing this work. We have, I think, we have Sunbird AI that has translated leveraging on AI. Out of our 52 languages, they've translated 33, I think, to date. 33 different languages. So even as we think about these initiatives, UDB, we have to look at localizing solutions so that we get and benefit, reap the best out of them. So if we grow that product, for example, and we come up with technology that speaks to all the languages. Today, when I communicate as permanent secretary, or when the head of state communicates to Ugandans, everyone has the right to understand his message in their language, isn't it? And it has to be real time. So helping us develop these will contribute towards our tenfold growth strategy and efficiency along the way, because we want growth that is valued growth as opposed to any other. Then, aside from skilling, the other priority we are looking at is cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy. The systems that we are developing, how safe are they? How trusted are they? How aware are the people in terms of managing cybersecurity issues and dealing with that? So we are creating a lot of awareness, but also building capacity. That's why I started by saying that we need to first get handheld into building that ecosystem of cybersecurity before we can walk alone. Then innovation and entrepreneurship is also another priority in our roadmap. Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world. Our average age is 16 years old, and over 70% of our population, which is 45 million, our population is 45 million, but over 70% are below the age of 30 years old. So this is a big production unit that we know and believe can be able to serve our economy in terms of the transformation that we want to realize. So we are supporting innovators, supporting the startup industry, because we know that wherever they are, if we handhold them, build their capacity, train them to market their products or value them through the different innovation hubs we are setting up across the country, then we shall be able to build that force that will create employment opportunities for our own people, but also serve the region and the continent at large with the solutions that we have grown. You know, you told us to look at the opportunity in the challenges that we have. We know that we have a very increasing population growth, but now the opportunity we see in there is that we can serve the continent in terms of delivering solutions for them, or in terms of even creating employment for our own selves. So as we scale technology systems, governance becomes our strategic asset as government. So our responsibility as government through the Ministry of ICT in terms of ICT, but we are working closely with science and technology to build clear standards, interoperability frameworks, trusted data governance, and credible sustainability criteria to reduce the different risks that we see, system risks, preventing fragmentation, and building investor confidence. Because if investors come and we don't have any standards in place, it becomes difficult for them to trust our, to trust investing in our country. So growth, trust, and sustainability must advance together, and we are deliberate towards that. Our call to action has already been mentioned by the keynote speech, or in the keynote speech, but I just want to re-echo and re-emphasize a few things. Development finance institutions such as Uganda Development Bank play a catalytic role in this transition that we want to see. So reshaping industries requires patient capital, sustainability-aligned financing instruments, and disciplined portfolio management. So RISE should create a structured platform that brings together innovation, policy direction, and capital allocation to build investable, scalable, and climate-aligned industrial systems. Uganda does not lack digital projects. We have them. The only challenge we have is how to grow them. What we lack are integrated systems that work across sectors and operate at scale. And you've said that without multi-sectoral partnerships and collaborations, we shall not be able to realize what we want to see. And we are saying, yes, we know that's our challenge, but we're going to be intentional about going around it. So the RISE program is designed to move us from applications or apps. People developed a lot of apps. We are going to move from that to systems, and systems that bring us value through the data that they will have generated. So this provides the platform for building a shared national digital infrastructure while supporting the rise of new high-tech industries that can stand on their own as growth engines. We have been a part of conversations where we are talking about digital public good, infrastructure. Why do you start something new when somebody else has it? That is the kind of mindset we should be looking at, and deliberately break the silo mentality. And I hope that RISE has the ethical level of being intentional about doing this. I know some things we say and talk and live on these podiums, but putting in practice is, another thing. I hope that we are deliberate about that. For the engineers and scientists, this mission calls for solutions that support sustainable infrastructure and the energy transition. As we do our work as IT or ICT, science and technology, we have to work hand in hand with Ministry of Energy, because where technology goes, we need power as well, isn't it? The other day, we were having a conversation on, we need data centers. because we need the data to be processed, to be harvested, and so on. But where do we strategically place these data centers? That conversation we must have together with the Ministry of Energy. We must have together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, because they all complement each other in understanding where we can optimize our locations. So for policymakers and financiers, I see Bank of Uganda in the house. Are you a financier? Okay, the financiers. RISE is where capital regulation and national priorities should align. I'm going to give one quote from Mariana Mazzucato, which reminds us that innovation-led growth does not happen by chance. And he actually told us this growth is not going to happen by luck. It happens when direction is set and markets are enabled to scale intentionally. So RISE sets that direction for us. As I conclude, our 10-fold growth strategy is not a dream. And it is not just an ambition, but it is a calculated roadmap. Whatever strategy we have set out, we have thought through, and we know that with time and purpose and intention, we are going to get there. So by aligning the RISE technology systems mission with our ATM's framework and the digital transformation roadmap, Uganda positions itself not just as a user of technology, but a builder of high-value systems. This is how economies transform. The next phase of Uganda's growth will not be defined by the technologies we adopt, but by how effectively we reshape our industries through sustainable systems, credible standards, and execution, and overall creating employment opportunities for our young people. I thank you for joining us at the dawn of this new era, and I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to the Permanent Secretary. Yeah, it was such a powerful message from the PS, a message of reassurance, a message of convergence, and what a place to be, especially when you have the PS that gives us some insights into what is coming up. So with the tech developers, the investors and innovators and financiers, at least can have an outlook that is going to shape all that we are going to do and the discussions we are going to have today. Thank you very much, Madam PS. At this juncture, I would like to recognize the online community. We have close to 1,000 followers on X, quite a number on YouTube and LinkedIn. All the social platforms are active, and we'll be taking some insights from them as well, so they are part of the discussion. Right now, I would like us to take a break. Madam PS, okay. Due to public demand, can I request that we play the video so the PS can have a view of the same again? And then we'll just break off for coffee. But before Madam PS departure, I'll request to have a photo moment. I would like to recognize Madam Sophie Nakandi, who is sitting in for our Managing Director. So Sophie will also join the photo moment with the PS and other colleagues on the table. So let's have the video play, and then we go to the next. Thank you, audience. You've been a wonderful one. I know the online community is getting in quite a lot of feedback. We'll get some moderations from the team, and that will also keep us momentum and involve them in the discussions. Maurice, is the video ready? Okay.
This is a country known to the world for biodiversity, mountain gorillas, chimpanzees, source of River Nile, and agriculture. But Uganda is also known to the world for poverty, because the current solutions, by and large, are not making the big change needed to achieve prosperity. In many cases, the small, isolated solutions are holding the people behind and not let them thrive. The European Organization for Sustainable Development, EOSD, and the Uganda Development Bank, UDB, join hands for building big futures together. For systemic change, not isolated interventions. For stop managing poverty and start building prosperity. It is a partnership that enables a new dawn, and it is proud to announce RISE for Uganda. RISE is for moving away from small and isolated fixes that keep people trapped in the past and lock communities into outdated systems. But there is no progress without daring to think big. So, get ready to rethink what is possible. RISE is ready to build a modern Uganda through bold solution. Take the example of energy. Donating solar lamps or subsidizing them to make affordable for those who are not grid connected can charge a phone but cannot power communities. Small fixes, such as lighting a bulb with solar lamp, cannot be considered as an alternative to systemic change or shall not undermine the need for high energy outputs. RISE is for high-tech mini-grids, smart grids, and large-scale renewable energy plants. Such interventions will create modern towns and create prosperous society. This is what big thinking looks like. Now, let us take agriculture. Providing handheld tools, small seed packets, or outdated irrigation pumps lock farmers in subsistence and make it impossible to end generational poverty. RISE is about precision agriculture and drone-based crop monitoring. It capitalizes on the power of AI-driven analytics and cold chain logistics that revolutionizes agriculture sector for creating engines of economic growth, innovation, and resilience. This is how future takes place. Now, let us put manufacturing under the spotlight. Small-scale, outdated workshops with low productivity and poor working conditions cannot transform lives. This is the reason why RISE enables investments in smart factories powered by automation, robotics, and renewable energy and connected through smart logistics. And the small-scale, unsafe artisanal use of raw material hardly provides enough returns to the communities to survive. RISE focuses on high-value addition through modern and green technologies. This is true development. This is the power of bold thinking. And the time to revisit education system has come. An education sector, a system where chalkboards, poor teaching quality, and outdated computers that barely function dominates education system and benefit handful of people at the cost of future generations. Here is the response of RISE. Together, we will capitalize on digital classrooms, e-learning platforms, and AI-powered education tailored to individual learners for making high-quality education affordable and accessible to masses. And together, we will turn the vision into reality. Let's take a closer look at the health sector. In mobile clinics that visit once a month at the most or outdated primary care facilities with minimal equipment and poor treatment are seen as solutions. But communities remain vulnerable to preventable illnesses. RISE aims to promote telemedicine platforms, AI-driven diagnostics, and modern hospitals integrated with digital health records. This is leap in accessibility and care quality. And quality is what is missing in cities and towns. Unorganized local businesses are currently important for livelihoods in urban areas. But relying solely on them leaves towns fragmented, underdeveloped, and trapped in cycles of low productivity. And low productivity perpetuates poverty. RISE envisions large-scale modernization of towns and high-tech urbanization, such as cutting-edge mobility solutions, integrated renewable grids, smart water and waste management systems. RISE envisions clean, high-end manufacturing hubs fostering town and city growth, creating high-skilled jobs, stimulating economic ecosystems, driving innovation, and attracting talent and investments, and state-of-the-art delivery of goods and services. This is beyond survival. This is development worth fighting for. But RISE requires bold vision, not narrow thinking. It is a call to action, a call to disrupt small thinking, a call to reject solutions that make poverty a little more bearable, but do not make prosperity inevitable. RISE is a call to collectively work for systemic solutions. Solutions that do not keep Uganda trapped in the past, but modernize the industry and drive real, sustainable growth. A growth that is driven by big thinking, sustained by collective resolve, and realized through united actions. All stakeholders are invited to be part of the RISE ecosystem. Technology providers and seekers, members of engineering community and R&D institutions, energy technologists and seekers of modern energy solutions, agricultural technology providers or seekers, public bodies, and financial institutions. You are all invited to join in shaping a new era of high-tech innovation to create a bright future for all. So, are you ready to imagine a new future? And are you ready to build what once seemed unreachable? Send your expressions of interest to UDB to begin transforming Uganda from what it is today, to create one of the most advanced modern countries in the world, and within one generation. RISE for Uganda, for future begins here and now. Contact UDB today to begin collaboration for a new dawn.
Madam PS. Thank you, Madam PS. That is the future we can reimagine, and we've been assured that it's not luck. We must engineer it. Thank you very much, audience. It was wonderful having the time and rewatching RISE. At this point, I'd like to invite for a photo moment. I would request Mr. Shad with the PS, Professor Dr. Margaret, Colin, Mr. Kenneth Ndiareva, Commissioner Ryoka. Sorry. Let's kindly come on stage to have the photo moment with the PS before the next session. And I also invite our acting managing director, Sophie, to join the team. Yeah. We can just come on the stage. I hope our photo moment team is ready. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request we take a break. We will take 15 minutes for break. And I request you feel free to pick your coffee, tea, come and join in session back so we can catch up with the time. But in 15 minutes, we should be able to restart our session. So thank you so much for bearing with us, and we wish you a happy break time.
Boosting productivity market access, and climate resilience through technology, improved inputs, value addition, and sustainable practices to enhance livelihoods and spur economic growth.
Ambition alone, as you all know, does not change systems. Execution does. And that is where RISE makes the difference. RISE turns ambition into execution by introducing a comprehensive human-led and artificial intelligence native system which changes the starting point of agriculture. RISE is built to modernize agriculture. And here is a very good example of what kind of entrepreneurs RISE is looking for and what it aims to achieve. RISE is built to modernize agriculture by making data, I repeat, making data the new fertilizer.
We want to increase post-harvest handling, storage, and also increase value addition and agricultural financing and strengthening program institutions. So objectives that the government has aligned, Ministry of Agriculture has aligned, agro-industrialization program has aligned, speak to what you actually talked about. And we look forward to participating and being partners in this investment going forward.
The demand and the pressure more is actually bringing a lot more people into the employment, into the scheme, into the money economy in order for them to purchase the products.
The Living Lab is similar to what RISE is doing here, bringing different stakeholders on the topic of agri-food systems to speak, to talk, and say which innovations do we need.
So the technology has been put in place to run everything, and especially with risk management. That's what we are doing right now, and we hope to onboard as many citizens, both in the urban and the rural areas, to cover this whole thing.
So technology is a very, very important driver, especially if you want to go big scale, if you want to go, to reach the last mile. But that technology must speak to the language of the banks.
Digital connectivity and industrial zones are only projections on paper. Infrastructure is what makes growth executable. It is what turns policy into productivity.
What we have done is bringing together engineers, urban planners, investors, policymakers, regulators, and technology innovators to diagnose the infrastructure ecosystem and co-create infrastructure solutions that are commercially viable, technologically advanced, and socially impactful.
But as part of the National Development Plan 4, as the director has told us, maintenance has been prioritized. We look towards improving our roads.
And as NEMA, we're also moving away from licensing for disposal to licensing for material recovery. That you are licensed to take plastic to recycling facility. You are licensed to take glass, you are licensed to take metal, and you are licensed to take organic waste. The facility that will actually handle that organic waste. So to move away from a linear economy to a circular one, where what you consider to be a waste to you is actually a resource to someone else. So we move into that circularity.
There's really need for collaboration, and there's also really need for government participation in this ecosystem. I believe there's a lot of digital acceleration, and it's where we're all heading, and there's a lot of investment there. So if there's a lot of government and the private sector collaboration, I think we shall go far.
Okay. Calling back the House to order. Feel free to carry a cup of coffee, cup of tea, and we proceed. Hello. Ready to proceed, colleagues, picking a cup of coffee. Please come with it.
Hello, hello, hello.
We continue to acknowledge our online community. We are now close to 2,000 followers on X. Good number on LinkedIn, Twitter. Twitter is X, yes. And YouTube. Our online community, be rest assured that we'll be taking feedback, we'll be getting actions. There'll be a session to get feedback from the online community. Let it come through. We should be able to get reactions to your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting back to order. Let's come with our cup of coffee, cup of tea, and then we proceed. Steven, you want to help with the empty seats? You can usher people in. We have quite a number of empty seats here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome you back from the break. And please proceed to pick a few refreshments as and when you may wish. I see some empty seats still in the house, but I hope people will be joining us. Please invite everybody to get back to the seat. You wouldn't want to miss the next presentation. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is our industry leader. He's an established education reformist. He has best-selling books that have been authored under his name. And if you have not read, You can't make fish climb trees. If you have not read Authentic University, I pray you just get copies of this immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome on stage in the next session to be led by our industry leader, a renowned professor, Professor Lawrence Muganga, the Vice Chancellor of Victoria University, who has transformed this into a chartered university. And he's also a member of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Let's join our hands and welcome him on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like everyone else, allow me to depend on the protocol that was observed since morning. But also, allow me the opportunity to become a teacher, because that's the best I can become. And that's why I requested this microphone for me to be able to speak to you freely. I know we have had incredible discussions since morning. And we have imagined a lot. And it is very okay to imagine. But I want us to become now real. I want everyone to think about the year 2030, 4 years from now. The year 2030, 4 years from now. We talked about a new Uganda that everyone is craving to step in. But also, I want you to know that in that very year 2030, almost 1 billion knowledge workers, of which all of us here, we are in that sector. 1 billion knowledge workers from around the world. All of us, we are in that very, very demographic. Their productivity will have grown 400%. Productivity will be 4x, 400%. Now the question is, which I want us to ask ourselves. If I'm leading a company, if I'm working with that company, if I'm innovating something, the human resource, I remember, I think Rab talked about 2 things that would really drive the bigger economy. And one of them is the productivity of labor. So will that labor force you are supervising or you are part of, is it going to be part of the people achieving that 400% productivity? It's not debatable, it is real. It is even underestimated. So I want us to walk slowly to the new Uganda that we are imagining. Now, the other thing I need you to ask yourselves, and I ask this to myself all the time. Again, it's data out there, not my own creation. In the year 2030, by that year, emerging technologies driven or powered by AI are likely to create 170 million jobs. Now ask yourself again another question. Everything I am doing today, the organization I'm leading, the position I hold, is it going to lead to having a Uganda that can participate or fill those jobs, they be part of the 170 million jobs? Because the same report, that report is from the World Economic Forum, Jobs of the Future 2025, it also says, while that is news to celebrate, it also points to the fact that because of the same emerging technologies powered by AI, we are likely to lose about 90 million jobs. Now, let's ask ourselves, as we plan for the future, is everything we are doing, the jobs we are trying to create today, are they going to survive by that year, or they are part of the 90 million? It is the same report that also says that 25% of the jobs we know today, we are likely not to see them by the year 2030. So if you hold a job today, are you sure that it will exist by that time? Because I remember, I think not most of us even know that being a lamplighter in the early 1900s was a job and a career for so many people. For people younger than me, or younger than us, they would never take that serious. It was a big career. A person would move place to place lighting people's what? Lamps. And it was a career. So, I ask myself that question as a vice chancellor every day. Am I teaching students to fill the jobs that will disappear, the 90 million, by 2030? And that question bothers me all the time. Because I know it is coming. It is coming, and I am here to prove to you that everything we are aspiring to achieve, the tenfold growth that was being talked about here by Rab and others, I want to submit that it can be achieved. But we have to think totally different. Totally different. Usually there is that saying that don't think without a box. No, think out of the box. No, leave it at home. Please don't even think about it. If you are going to create something that is desirable for this country. Now, give me the first slide. This one here. I just want to plant a seed in everyone's brain that what is being talked about here, that it is real, that technology actually is driving economies. Now, just imagine, I just compared the top 4 tech companies in the world, and I looked at their worth. The top 4 tech companies, you look at their market cap. Number 1 is NVIDIA, averaging $4.67 trillion. I think number 2 is Apple, same region. You have Alphabet, that is the parent company of Google, almost still 4 trillions. Then you have the famous Microsoft. Everyone has a computer here, powered by Microsoft. Again, 3.4. But look what Africa's GDP. As of this year, if you start averaging, 3 point what? 3%. So, just one company, each of those companies can fund Africa's operations. And if they decided actually they were generous to close and they divided their worth to every African, 1.5 billion people, each is likely to receive $3,000 and you go home. But what are they capitalized? What has made them so rich? You are not going to tell me that Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, doesn't understand that agriculture is great. He knows. He doesn't understand that rearing rabbits can actually give you money. He knows. Milk production is amazing. He knows. Oil production is great. He knows. Same with Tim Cook. Same with that gentleman is who? What is... he has sorry to Indians, he has an Indian name. Satya something of Alphabet. And then Nadell, Microsoft. They know these things. Or Bill Gates, they know these things. But what makes them money? What makes them distinguishable? What makes them super companies? It is technology. Now, how do we fast track our economies? If you are UDB, funding everything for impact, where do you put your money? If you want to invest an individual privately here, where do you put your money? I'm not saying other things are bad. They are important. We know them. But they can be supplemented by what accelerates growth as we know it. Now, this is possible, but we have one challenge. We have one challenge. And you'll allow me to speak about that challenge before I even give you more evidence that technology actually counts and the tenfold growth strategy is possible, but thinking about it must be totally different or alien, if you wish, foreign. If foreign, like foreign I mean not foreigners to come and think for us, but not the usual way of thinking. Now, think of what is prohibiting us to even think like this is, if I may go down here. Again, this is the teacher in me. I have that. Now, we do have two worlds. We live in two worlds. Now, the first world is emerging from, the first world has two economies. The traditional economy. Then, we also have the disruptive innovation economy. Most of us, we are stuck here. Here, everything we do, policies, initiatives, the talking, we admire the traditional economy. And this is why. Because we also have two types of populations or population segments. The first is the one that emerges from 1940s, and they can come all the way to 1980. Okay? This population. Now, it's a mixture of baby boomers, Generation X. But there is also a population from 1981 to today. Okay? To today. The second one. Now, these two populations, this population here tends to favor the first what? Economy. And this one feels oppressed because we are not thinking like them. They think that for them what they know is the iPhone, is the Samsung, is the social media, is the it's all digitally driven things, the TikTok, the everything. That's where they think. Even them to be able to do better, no one teaches them to do those things. The same way all of us, we went to school. It still bothers me. We went to school. We studied all the biology there is. We studied all the history there is. We studied everything there is. No one taught us how to make money from the word go. How to maintain it. No one did that. We are here fidgeting, trying, attending financial literacy programs and everything. And if you lose, they say, this person doesn't know how to, either is a drunkard, either is in women, or this one is what. You are tagged everything for a reason that there's a system failure somewhere. Yet everything you studied, indirectly they were telling you that you are going to make what? Bottom line, you're going to make, but you don't know how to make money. Yet, every career you took, engineering, dentistry, the teacher, the medical doctor, you dare hit 65 years. Government will knock on your door, retirement age has done what? Get out of the system. But you will never cease or stop needing money. You don't retire from looking what? For what? For money. So who went wrong? Now, do we hear the new generation now when they complain? Now, the other thing is marriage. This is a lifetime covenant. They tell you if you are unlucky and you go in front of the priest, they will tell you until death does what? But no one teaches you what marriage is from day one to the day you finish school. They leave it to you to figure it out. I learned from Ambrose, if he's learning how to hold his wife properly, then I look at him, that's how we maintain a good marriage. Then I go on social media, always calling their wives darling, honey, and then I also imitate that. That's how we learn. But we have to live with this partner for the rest of our important things in life, no curriculum. So sometimes we have to accept that things are wrong. The system is wrong. Now, that generation, 1981 to today, there is a segment of the population which is the Gen Alphas, 0 to 14 years. I can guarantee if you have a child here and you left your phone in front of you, they know how to use it better than you. And you've never taken them to any class. Yet the generation we are working so hard talking about it here, they belong there. We are not there. But we are worried. We can't make the bold move. We can't think different. You're saying that they are there, that is their world where they are. For us, we are coming in our 1940s. For us, we think our worldview, our perspectives, because maybe they have worked for us, and I argue in a mediocrity way. You think you are helping them by putting your your peeping leg here. You are not even stepping there. You are firm this side. You are generating decisions, policies, by saying, in case it doesn't work out, in case this doesn't go well, in case, but tomorrow, God is very nice sometimes. He will take you away, but they will live here. But you didn't create a world where they belong. The world where they belong, it will be driven by technology. And I am going to show you how. Now, it's, I'm glad I have much as Mr. Colin is a banker, I presume, an IT person. I presume you don't work in a bank like BOU when you don't know some economics. You do. And some of you who are in UDB, you know some economics. Now, we have so many people that predict for us different models of what is going to happen in the future. We've had World Bank, we have had even Bank of Uganda or Minister of Finance. We have had, even UDB can do that. We have had World Economic Forum. We have had African Development Bank. But there's one I trust because most of the time, it has gotten their forecast right. Most of the time. Better than even World Bank. And this is ARC Invest. This is an investment management company. They manage a bigger fund. The CEO is Kathy Wood, and they have Brent Winton, their chief futurist. They have gotten things right all the time. Now, here is what they did. In 2022, that's why, okay. Let's say 2022, they had to forecast what is going to happen by 2030. And they said, I mean, they went by what was there that time. They simply said that at that point in time, the global equity market capitalization or the global total stock market contributed by the two economies I told you. The first economy contributed about 94 trillions in terms of the total equity market capitalization. Please, if you don't know what it is, ChatGPT it or Google it very fast. Okay? Sorry, 84, not about $84 trillion. The traditional what? Economy. Now, the disruptive innovation technology economy, the biggest member there was AI. It contributed about, no, this was 87 trillion, contributed around 13 trillions dollars. But this was observed. It started growing like this in a period of simply 3 to 6 years. To see this kind of bigger change happening. Now, because of a different convergence, the convergence of different technologies, and I'm going to talk about them, they forecasted that this is how this economy is going to grow. If you look at whatever, if I did a curve like that, we are likely to see the global equity market capitalization growing to a tune of $300 trillion. But guess what the contribution will be? This, our famous traditional economy that we are hanging on as a country, is going to contribute about 97 trillions. Just imagine, from 84 or 87 to 97, is there any difference? Very minute. But this is going to be closer to about 200, okay? 200 trillions. In how many years? 8 years. Now I want to show you the reality. Give me the slides. That was their projection 2022. I even have that. Next, give me another one. No? Give me another one. I'll come back to that. Give me another one. Another one. No, come back. There's another number 00. Now. No, back. The other one. That was their prediction. And all is happening because of the disruptive innovation technology economy, the convergence of 5 technologies. 5. The last time we saw a convergence of technologies was 1900, where electricity, automobile, and the phone came together to steer up the economies we see today. And of course, they were doubters of electricity, that it will kill people. And indeed, it still kills them. Then how are we going to deal with our firewood? The lamplighters. So, is it ethical? The same questions we are asking today. Cars, people who owned horses and these things they pull behind them, the carts, they said to hell with the car. But where are those horses and carts? That cars will kill everyone. The speed is abnormal. It's not. Yes, they still kill people if you are recklessly driving. But we are here with the cars now. You are complaining because of traffic. Small roads. You are even appealing to government to stop importing many cars. So even the technology we are fearing to venture in to save this new generation that we don't belong to, we have to change our mind. The phone. Remember, I can tell you a story that pains me up to today. I was a young boy in Masaka, 9 years old or 7. There was only one bus, UTC. It passed by our home once a week on Wednesday. It goes, wherever it stops, the following day it comes back Thursday. Then it will come back next week. Now, and the only good things we expected them from our sisters in Kampala, or uncles in Kampala. And when our mom leaves our home to go to Kampala, we are sure that on Wednesday she will return. We all walk to the road. We know the time when the bus passes. We didn't have a watch. We know when it is 4 p.m., you see the sun. That's how bad it was. So we wait. And then the longer-awaited bus comes. You are used, when she has come, it will stop. You know, even her walking those stairs of a bus was a beautiful thing because you know what she's carrying is life-saving. Now, the bus you're waiting for passes you, and it goes. That means you're going to wait for another what? But now the phone came. Now, can you wait? No, you will call. Mom, what happened? Are you really coming? Oh, this guy is coming. So no one remembers the pain of those buses. No one remembers post office. No one remembers Elma Express. No one remembers Yellow Pages. No one remembers those things if you went to high school the same year. If you didn't, you missed. Because for us, we expected letters from so-called girlfriends, because you have never even seen them, from Mary Hill to Kasasa. You wait for a letter. The information minister was the richest person in the school. When they read the letters that arrived, yours is not there. You walk with your tail in your legs and you go back to class. You are not as famous as you think. So now, we have a phone. So technology converged and changed everything. So this technology that we are talking about can actually change things. So now they predicted. Give me another slide. Next. Now, you see the trajectory of how GDP percentages have kept increasing over time because of new technology. From the steam engine, you saw that increase of 3%. Railroads, somewhere, we saw some bump. Combustion engines, electricity, telephone, radio, refrigerators, air conditioning, you see that jump. Now, I don't want to bore you with so many. Look at internet. You see it there. Now, look at where we are and what is projected by 2030. So if we don't run as if there is something chasing us to throw ourselves into this revolution, we have declared that we want to remain beggars now and forever. And God forbid we don't want to be that. So UDB, help us overcome this pandemic of thinking. You can lead us different. You can make us what the video they played. Me, I am very optimistic. I am the most aggrieved educator, but I'm also the most optimistic human being. That if the brain conceptualizes something, it can actually do it. We have the most resourceful, the most precious asset in this country, the people. And they are young. They are 0 to 34 years. They are 76%. No country in the world. There is one, I think, that competes with us. But in others, they are being depleted on their watch. You ask Canada, ask Japan, ask Norway. They don't have us. But we have ourselves, and we can't do nothing about ourselves. Give me another slide. No? Yes. Now, remember the projection I told you? That until 2030, we are in 2025, they projected in 2022. I told you, these things are real. This is where we are today. The global stock market, total, or equity market capitalization, has shot to 148 trillions. So that means we are on our way to the 300. Now, how about Uganda? What are we thinking? The tenfold strategy to growth. That is plus 19% increase. 20 trillions are coming from the disruptive innovation technologies as of 2025. Now let me show you the new projection that they have continued to do what? To come up with. Give me that. No, no, give me another one. This one. This is how we are expected to move. Just imagine traditional sectors have, see how they are actually reducing. Initially in 2022, we had closer to 90, 97, 94. Now look at how it has reduced to 89 trillions. The new, if you look at the composition, 40% increase, but look at the data 2030, 300 AI-driven innovation is going to hit 210 trillion, 70%. You think we don't want to be part of that? Even if we claimed 70 billions by 2030, or even 100 billions. In the region, we would be doing well. But one tech company is bigger than Africa's GDP combined, 54 countries. If you don't get ashamed, then you know you need to tell your mother, if you have them, to take you back because you're not human. We need to do something about it. Give me the other slide before this one. This one. But look at what is actually breaking it down. So if you're a CEO, we love those titles, CEO, Vice Chancellor, MD, ED. The question is, are you still stuck in the past? Or you are striving to be part of the 210 trillions? Because this is what is happening. The disruptive innovation technology economy, which is AI-driven by all those, this is the money that is being made there. But if you're stuck with business as usual, play it safe, God will help us, go to church every time you want, go to even the mountain and thank God for nothing, you can get stuck in the other side. 90 trillions. And then forget the tenfold what? Growth. The tenfold is achievable. We need to be selective. Where do we invest our money? How do we help people? How do we make them better? So, another slide. Okay, now, Now, this is how these technologies are converging. 5. Every planning you're doing, which one are you attacking here to save this country? Which one? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it multiomic sequencing? Is it robotics? Is it energy storage? Is it public or blockchain? And I'm not saying agriculture is bad. Do agriculture and support it, great, because it has been with us traditionally. It is okay. And I'm not saying oil production is bad. It is amazing. We thank God. I wish God can even enlarge the areas where we can get oil. But apparently, it is around 6.5 billion barrels. So that is, it can be extracted and it will get finished. But there are things, we have a fighting chance. We have an opportunity to stop being called a less developed country or a middle-income country, even if we are one. We have an opportunity. But that opportunity requires us to think totally different. To think as if we hate ourselves. That's for sure. You have to be very uncomfortable. And I know. Remember the generation I told you that resists change? It's okay, it's understandable. But dare to be different. Dare to think that you have children that will live, even us. My mom has just passed on. But much as she was never educated, but educated in a different sense, not the formal education that I received, but she dared to think that there is a future my son can live in. And maybe she can change the generation of her own children. Can't we think of the life our children will live, our grandchildren? Not to step on different breaks, just to preserve our worldview, our perspectives, but also step in other people's shoes, even if they are too small because they are still young, and try to live their lives and imagine what the world will be when we are not there. And what can we do about it? Stop thinking about ourselves, but thinking about them. Because it is possible. Now let me demonstrate for you the things that we can do. Now from the world of being an educator. And by the way, if you think no one should blame you for for resisting change, all of you have heard this gentleman called a great philosopher from Greece, a Greek philosopher, Socrates. If you have heard about him, anyone who has heard about Socrates? All of us? That means you have studied useless things like me. And it's okay. That's the country we live in. But we are here to change it. That gentleman, he thought that knowledge is created by conversations, talking. That is wisdom. When they invented handwriting, there is a talk, they say, Nakube Meza. He said, impossible. Handwriting is a very bad invention. It is going to stifle the memory. People will never remember anything. They can't think on their own because they'll be used to handwriting. Little did he know that a brain was created, sometimes to forget as well. Then handwriting came, and he later on apologized. I was wrong. Only that for us, we have a problem. When we see that we are wrong, we still insist. No, this is how we do things. Our great grandfathers, they did it this way. No, sometimes we are wrong. Now, let me just demo one example. I wish Madame PS was here, but my brother Ambrose is here. She's our boss, or she chairs the AI task force, the National AI Task Force. And for your information, something great is coming. Yes, so, and we will be grateful to the Minister of ICT. It is coming. Don't lose hope. It is coming. So, suppose we chose as a country to think different in a painful way to digitize the education of this country. To digitize the education, we have talked about labor productivity. We have talked about tenfold growth. We have talked about a billion knowledge workers who may experience a 400% productivity growth. But you don't just sleep and wake up when you're productive. No. There is some training that has to go through you, into you. Some education you have to receive. So we have, this is what I think. And if I'm closer to being right, you carry the message to where it is supposed to be. UDB, you will help us. Think of a country, because we are saying for people to be productive, they must be digitally aware. Digital literacy must be a must. Digital competences, non-negotiable. It has to happen. So, if this country, the financial year we are in today, 2025, 26, right? We are operating about US dollars 21 billions. Correct or about? Okay? If we chose to digitize the entire education of this country, and I'm not asking for so much, no, just knock off this 1 billion, give it to that initiative, which is one child. I prefer doing it this way. One child, one laptop, one what? Per child. Okay? That's a policy. Mr. Ambrose, Minister of ICT, talk to education. One laptop per child. This country has about 15 million school-going people. Every child you know, sibling, child, neighbor's child, they're about here, including those who go to university. So, set up a factory in Namamve somewhere, or Namunkekera, where General Sare has done a great job. Set up that factory. Since we are not ready to do these things by ourselves, bring in those who have the technical know-how. Chinese, they can do it. We will close our eyes and we say, okay, let a foreigner come and do this. But we will collect taxes. We will give people employment. But we know the long-term goal. Now, he or she produces 15 million laptops. But while they are producing them, the convergence, remember, of 5 technologies, while they are producing them, ensure that they are solar powered. Okay? If they are solar powered, ensure that they are able, when it comes to internet, and this is a bigger problem, when it comes to internet, because someone is going to ask, oh, but internet. No, we also have low Earth orbit satellite what? Satellite. Whatever the spelling, I'm not English. So, satellite what? Internet. And the popular ones are Starlink by SpaceX, and Amazon Leo by Amazon. These two. Can't we strike a deal with them? Because you don't need the civil works. You remember the civil works of the optic fiber? You have to negotiate the land. You have to pay those people. You have to get wires from the Indian Ocean. You have to bring them all the way to Uganda. When will you reach my village where I waited for my mom to come and she's not coming? When will you reach there? How much money will it cost? We have to really think about the country. You know, I always tell people, I know there are people, even seated here, and they are sympathizers of the current telcos. It's okay. Okay? They are sympathizers of the current what? Telcos. I will not name names. Okay? It's okay they are doing business. But country first. Country what? First. We lost the post office. It went. But country was what? Now, when you bring this low Earth orbit-driven internet, it means every village school can get what? Internet. And that laptop or tablet we have manufactured has a chance to have internet. Now, what do you do with that? Let's look at the benefits. You're talking about transforming this country in the shortest time possible. What do you do with that? Now, NCDC, Ministry of Education, you've been purchasing. We don't have money to construct school libraries in every school, primary or secondary. Do we have enough money? We don't. So schools are going without what? Libraries. So now, even the books to satisfy every school, primary to secondary, you need millions of books. And once you buy them, note this, once you buy them, because we don't have the resources, it means those books will stay in that library for the next 10 years. A child in Beijing who was told that now from 6 years of age, they are going to use AI. A child in Estonia, where now AI is compulsory. Like different countries, for them, they are receiving latest editions of textbooks. For you, you have 10-year-old what? And you want your child to compete with a child in New York, Beijing, Tokyo. What kind of dream? Can we wake up from our dream and do the right things? So now, this time, if NCDC will, in every subject or course, you will buy one book, one copy, digital copy, then you push it on every laptop or tablet to the entire country. So what have you saved? You don't need a building. That is, where do you put that money? You don't need the books in that number. Where do you put that money? Now that you have even the lab, the computer and the child, you don't need a computer lab with a building, and you don't need the computers in the lab, because now the people are the computer. Are the computer lab. When you save that money, where do you put it? Don't you pay teachers very well? Can't you buy more computers for these people? But in essence, every child right now speaks one language, digital language. You talk about innovation, tick. You talk about thinking without a box, tick. You talk about competing with the rest of the world, that is it. Do you have a say when you get an international platform? You a success story. Do I need to continue? I still think there is one thing we need to do. One. If you are a baby boomer, Generation X, give a chance to people who are going to inherit the new economy that we don't know about. Work for them. they are going to inherit closer to 40 trillions. If we are going to look at our country, they can inherit something like that. Like in 2030, they have 300 trillions equity market capitalization. And we don't have to feel bad about it. Our job is to do better for the next generation. In other words, my appeal, and even if I don't say anything else in this room, can we get on the right side of change? Can we, in your capacities, doesn't matter where you come from. We are lucky we are being hosted by UDB here. Now we know where to put the money. We have tested these things at Victoria University. We've digitized the learning. We've digitized assessment. We've digitized that administration. We've digitized how you pay your money, your fees. And that digitization has made us be the most affordable chartered university in this country. You know? Why? While someone is going to depend, and we are also saving the environment. If you're looking at a university that is really doing their best in our small magnitude to save the environment, you're going to come to us because paper is not anything that we speak about. I think the gentleman, Mukuru, and the rest who came to my office, you noticed that I don't even have a printer. And I don't admire that. You find that you save almost $1 billion Uganda shillings by going digital as a university a year. That money, you now leverage that money and use it as scholarships and bursaries and lower and increase education access. When you hear us talk about scholarships and whatever bursaries, that's where that money comes from. But the student lives. When it comes to digital competencies, you cannot equate them to any other student from anywhere. And I am damn proud of that all the time. So, if Uganda can be digitally aware, and it begins with the young people, that means the dream to have our country benefit from the productivity growth that is envisaged, it is achievable. Number two, because of the convergence of these technologies, it is also predicted, which is actually on the right track, that GDP growth annually is likely to be between 7 to 12%. So which one do we want to claim? The traditional economy will keep us where we are. The new disruptive innovation technology economy will give us a fighting chance to be part of that increased GDP growth. So the choice is ours. But I still appeal to every one of you. Everyone ordain yourself as a pastor and tell people, a pastor in the economic development sense. Yes, you may now start being, and tell everyone that matters that change is possible. It begins with us by doing what is right. And we shall reach the promised land if we work and walk in that direction. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Lawrence Muganga.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a standing ovation? Can we do that for the professor? Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor. Very powerful, very exciteful, and I think we are open. And what the professor has done has actually spoken into what RISE is meant to do. RISE technology is meant to ideate all those problems, translate them into solutions where different actors come together to really churn out the solutions that can be frontiers for growth. So one laptop per child, I think the guys in our investment team can think about that project as one of the bankable problems that RISE is looking to achieve. Wow, so I know doctors, professors' remarks have instigated a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, and I know you have a lot of questions to front to the professor. What I want to request is now let's have a panel discussion. And during the panel discussion, we'll instigate a number of those areas of interrogation that Prof has mentioned. And at this point, allow me invite our moderator, Mr. Peter Mukuru, who is a Director of Business Technology, to invite our panelists so that we can interrogate this conversation by Professor. Let's welcome Peter.
Thank you very much, Pastor Silva. And thank you very much, Dr. Professor. Friends, as Professor spoke, I reflected on Chinua Achebe's book, Things Fall Apart. I think it was first published in 1958 or thereabout. And he writes of a metaphoric figure called Eneke the bird, who was always flying and not perching on a tree. And when asked, Eneke, why are you flying and not perching on a tree? Eneke answered, because men have learned to shoot without missing, I have learned to fly without perching. And I think this makes a call for us to change our ways, and I believe that's what RISE is talking about, that's what Ashad talked about, that's what PS has talked about, and that's what Professor Lawrence has lit up the room talking about. So I would like to move into a discussion, and we'll invite eminent persons to try and deep dive on some of these aspects that we have discussed. As the Africans say, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you need to move together. And therefore, it's important that we think about what has been shared. And we have representation here from government, from private sector, from policy persons, and other players, academia, to help us on that. So kindly join me in welcoming our panelists. As I mentioned your name, kindly come up on stage. We have from Makerere University Innovation Hub, I think it's actually Innovation Center. Dr. Margaret Nogovuma. Please, hand clap. Lunch will be on the house, so please let's clap a little louder. We have Mr. James Beronda, the director Uganda, at Uganda Communications Commission. He's in charge of Universal Service Access Fund. James makes sure that Professor's village and my village and yours have access, because ideally most of the commercial aspects we look for commercially viable areas, and most of our areas are not. We have Mr. Kennedy Nayebari, who is in charge, who's from Computer Medics. Most of us, when we speak about Bubu, when we think about buying our own indigenous solutions, we sometimes frown, but many of us are very happy. Those of you who have applied for passports, you know how smooth the process is. Most of you have applied for national, the driving permits and so on. And this is a local company powering some of these innovations. We have Mr. Ambrose Ryoka. He's from our Ministry of ICT, an educationist, a researcher. He's in charge of research and development there. And then we have Mr. Colin Babirukamu, who is a director at, executive director IT at Bank of Uganda, but a celebrated IT practitioner. My name is Peter, and I have the honor of moderating this session. As has been done before, let me also invite myself to sit here. Colleagues, I hope the microphones are working down here. Thanks. Okay, so they say the last will be the first. So, Colin, I think there's been a lot that has been mentioned about what we need to do, but I think we need to reflect on what is holding us back. Why is Uganda failing to scale? Perhaps not because of ideas, but maybe because of weak technology systems. If you could comment on that, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And Professor Lawrence, thank you so much for that awakening speech. And good afternoon, everybody. I think you've asked a question around what's holding us back. And briefly, I think even Dr. Amina really touched on it. And I want to make sure that I am also clearly aligned, because I agree with previous speakers. Our biggest challenge as a country, in my view, that's holding us back is basically a fragmented approach. It's basically a siloed approach that we're having to generally modernization, to digitization, and to moving forward. This whole siloed approach has actually been quite a killer. I will tell you right now that maybe 5 to 6 points very quickly. We have very, very fragmented data sources, for instance, as we speak. So how do you move into the knowledge economy and the modern digital AI-driven economy when your data sources are not talking to each other? So you have, organizations, MDAs, ministries, all struggling to share data because it's their mandate. You know the mandate story? This is my mandate, that is your mandate. We're not sharing. And so Dr. Amina mentioned something called the digital public infrastructure, digital public good. I think I'll expound if we have time on that. So we have generally fragmented data silos. We have fragmented interoperability. No one has a shared standard to talk to each other, or at least that's kind of happening. And I worked at NITA for a while. NITA has begun to work on that. We have a fragmented identity verification system. I can tell you, for everything we've discussed this morning, if we do not fix our identity system, and I know we call it the national ID, but basically in the modern countries now, if you go to Estonia, if you go to India, which are great models, they now have digital IDs. So digital IDs are the way to go. They are not necessarily national IDs for citizens. They are for all residents, they are digital verifiable, and they are the bedrock for any development. So we have fragmented fragmented ID verification systems. And NIRA is doing a good job. NIRA is working hard. In fact, it would have been very important for NIRA to be in this room this morning. Whenever UDB you are discussing the way to go for digital, please make sure that NIRA is seated in the room. Because all modern digital transformation roadmaps start with consolidating the digital ID platform. Every citizen must have an ID. How are you going to pay agro subsidies? How are you going to have license for tourism permits and payments made without IDs? How are you going to really track and trace, citizens and the economic transformation without IDs? Maybe quickly, we have fragmented digital payments. So this is now speaking to me at BOU. We quickly need a payment switch that unifies our digital payments. Mobile money, SACCOs, you have a bank account that's not talking to each other. There are high transfer costs. You can't do cross-border trade. It takes 4 days for your money to reflect in Tanzania. How do you actually get this transformation happening unless you have instant payments and unified? So we have fragmented payment systems. Then we also have, maybe the other area that's fragmented is really the whole national, infrastructure, the backbone, data centers. Do we have enough cloud facilities and data centers? Right now they are fragmented. Every ministry is building its data center. Every organization is building its own server room. We need to put that together. So in a nutshell, and maybe lastly, Peter, we also don't have very structured financing. And I think that's where UDB comes in. UDB should come in, with de-risking these IT investments. It should come in to really provide patient capital, capitalization, catalytic capital. So there's a fragmentation also there, and unstructured financing plan. that has really not supported us. So what's holding us back? Fragmentation and a siloed mentality that we need to break and bring us all together into a unified digital public infrastructure plan, where we come together and we say, are the IDs the basis? Yes. Is NITA building the fiber optic to the last mile? Yes. I now like Professor's idea. Apart from just digging fiber, we really need to go low orbit and go Starlink, and because fiber is going to take another 6-7 years to get there. Can we do this in the next 3 years? And I think that idea will work well. So I think in summary, Peter, we basically need to break the silos and break the fragmentation, get off these microphones, switch off the cameras, and get into action together. Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you very much, Colin. Certainly you raise important issues, and we take the feedback on several stakeholders like NIRA. Certainly the reason we're here is to bring all our minds together, and the stakeholder engagement continues. And on financing, also that's why we're here, just to make sure that we are financing the critical thing that need to be financed here. But let me go to Kennedy, and of course noting what Colin has said, and from the private sector perspective. Of course, we're already on the journey on the 10-fold growth strategy. But from your perspective, what digital infrastructure do you see as immediately impeding this growth or creating a bottleneck right now?
Well, thank you, Peter, and thank you for having me. First and foremost, I think Colin hinted on it, fragmentation of connectivity. So the first bottleneck here would be the national connectivity backbone. We know that the backbone is characterized by limited fiber internet redundancy in areas that are outside of the major cities and highways. We know for a fact, we've learned today that professors tickled their minds on low orbit. So that alone, okay, as one of the bottlenecks. The other one would be the cost of connecting homes and rural communities to the main network, whether it's the initial cost of setup, whether it's a recurring costs in the data plans and packages that we consume. That would be a bottleneck to attaining the 10-fold growth strategy or what we're working towards. The other bottleneck would be government IT systems, government, let me rephrase that, government digital platforms. A lot, not many, a lot of them, against what exists, a lot of them are still legacy systems, and this has been mentioned quite a number of times today and over the past few days. Legacy systems that work on a legacy architecture, some of which wasn't really built for national scale concurrency. So you find that some systems, a good number of them, many of them are moving, are modernizing, updating and all, but many of them still run on outdated, and in some instances obsolete technologies and frameworks. We've seen this as we've continued to automate, at CML as we continue to automate processes all across government. Also, there's been limited adoption of cloud-native technologies, and this is also limited, but government is making significant progress towards it. We know over the last 30 years, over the last 3 years rather, there's been a 30% rise in adoption of cloud computing technologies within government. And so this, if we were to switch now, as we transition, this is an area that needs to be looked at carefully. We talked about, Colin actually also hinted on identity, digital identity. I'll not repeat what he said it well. Payments as well, and interoperability of systems. Systems need to talk to each other. These technologies exist, middleware exists, wire and system talking to each other. Then I think we also need to put special emphasis on power and energy. I mean, uptime, system uptime depends heavily on reliable power. If I'm as a company, if we're paying for power off the national grid, and also paying to run a generator the whole day, I mean, that in itself affects us. Then also, I think the skills pipeline as well. A lot of advancement in technology is happening on the go constantly, and the rate at which we are churning out is graduates to support is still lacking. So perhaps capacity building needs to be strengthened. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kennedy. Ambrose, it almost looks gloomy, but I think as the PS said, good things are coming, and I know Professor also told us good things are coming. What's happening at the ministry? What's in the pipeline? But also if you could speak to what do we need to change from a policy and institutional coordination perspective to make sure that we move from pilots to national technology system platforms?
Oh, this is Peter. Yes, yeah, sure. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Peter. I always call him PKM, so from our old school. Now, you've asked me two questions, but I prefer to begin with the latter. Of course, my work is easy today because the PS spoke extensively on what we are doing at the ministry, and she's the chairperson of the AI task force. Professor Muganga also gave his insights as a member, and I head the secretariat of the AI task force, so I will explain what we are doing in the last part. But if you ask the things that I think should change and that we're working on, one is on the architecture, the government enterprise architecture. That should really change, and we're working on that, so that the procurement of all these systems now should follow a uniform architecture. And then the issue of interoperability, that also should be at the foundation layer, at the start. And then innovation comes on top of that. So in our policy shift is make sure that everything that is done or every system that is developed in government, there is interoperability. And the National IT Authority that manages that ensures that now that all systems should be open and communicate with each other. You should be able to give some testimony at the UG Hub, how that is being done. Yes, not the way it should be at the moment, but there is effort and progress towards that. We talk about the issue of standardization. So, and on standard then, that will lead me now to my next question. Your next question on what we are doing and what's happening. And I only restrict myself to the AI and emerging technologies governance framework. We actually are not only calling it emerging technologies, we are saying digital emerging technologies, because there are many technologies emerging. So in our scope, we are restricting ourselves to the digital emerging technologies. When we started, we were doing an AI strategy, which we've now expanded the scope to say AI and digital emerging technologies. Of course, AI is built within there, is part of that, but we want to give it the prominence, because the one which is prominent today amongst all the emerging technologies. So the governance framework, and this has been pronounced at the cabinet level, cabinet that was sitting in Chankwanzi 2024 in August, gave us a mandate to develop an AI governance framework. And how I've defined it is it's a tiered approach. Tiered approach in that you don't have to wait for the laws and the regulations and the policies and strategies to implement. Because already institutions are implementing artificial intelligence applications, they are developing applications, and the law will take so many years. So there are guidelines that are issued from time to time that can guide how that is happening. But the easiest thing we are doing is we are aligning ourselves to already existing global mechanisms. At the global level, we have the EU AI Act that has become like the first de facto global law on artificial intelligence. We also have the UNESCO recommendation on ethical use of AI, which was also like taken like the first de facto standard on artificial intelligence. And we subscribe to that and align to that. But most recently, the ISO and the IEC, based in Geneva, have set up through their Joint Technical Committee 1 and Subcommittee 42, have published what we call the first AI management system standard. And in their nomenclature, they are calling it ISO IEC 42001 standard. So as a country then, because through UNBS, we subscribe with ISO, that standard is being adapted and adopted. So, and it's enforceable already. So that is in place. So if you are developing an AI management system, there's a standard which is in place that you can follow, that the government of Uganda subscribes to and can be enforced. And you can go to UNBS and you can be assisted with that. So what we are doing at the Ministry of ICT now is that the strategy we are developing will have a key pillar that is addressing the issue of standards, and also have a key pillar that is addressing the key issue of ethics, aligning with those global platforms. So, so after we've done a strategy, which is happening now and consultation is happening, we should have this document out by May this year. That is going to be called the National AI and Digital Emerging Technology Strategy. Now, after that, the next level in the governance framework now should either be a policy or a law that is followed by regulations. But in the government, the tradition of doing things again, as Professor says, before you do a policy or a law, you must do what you call a regulatory impact assessment. So before you introduce any law or any policy, is it going to affect any existing regulations or any existing laws? So as we are doing the strategy now, we are also in the process of carrying out in parallel a regulatory impact assessment that will give us options that should we go for a policy or we should go for a fledged regulation. I mean legal process that has regulations. And we shall finish this regulatory impact assessment by the end of this year, and then we start on to get our own law to domesticated. But that doesn't mean that we are not moving, because we already subscribe to national and regional existing global frameworks. The AU strategy on AI is there, and we subscribe to that. Smart Africa, a blueprint on AI policy. So all that is in place. So what you are going to see by the end of this year is going to be a policy, so that a strategy which is in place, the standards that are enforceable, and we are also doing capacity. We are training our staff and across other ministries, departments, and agencies on how they can be able to enforce and support deployment of AI-driven projects and innovations. So in a nutshell, as far as policy is concerned, that's what we are doing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We do take a note of our online audience, and colleagues, if you have any comments, questions, interventions, ideas, suggestions, please keep sharing them. We're taking note of those, and certainly beyond these sessions we have had in the last 2-3 days, we intend to follow up here. But let me come to Dr. Margaret. The professor has challenged us to not just think out of the box, but to even forget the box and leave it behind. And certainly within the innovation space, that enables us and inspires to do that. And from Makerere Innovation Center, I'd like to request you to speak to the role of these innovation hubs in driving national technology systems. And you could also share some strategies that we can use to make sure that we move from ideas and small incubations into national enterprises.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to request 1 or 2 minutes to talk about the Innovation Center before I come to the question. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here on behalf of Makerere University. In the same room, I see a number of colleagues. It feels good. And why the Innovation Center? It was introduced to commercialize research output. So there's a lot. It was introduced through the Vice Chancellor's office. We realized that every year Makerere graduates over 20,000 graduates. So where do they go? They leave companies, businesses on the shelves of the university libraries. So our role is to link industry with academia. So we have 10 makerspaces. Those who have not visited the space, we have 10 makerspaces. And in those 10 makerspaces, we accommodate all the 10 units, academic units of Makerere University. So just know that we are serving 3 categories of stakeholders. We serve the students, We serve faculty, that is the lecturers, as well as the general public. The general public, you're not limiting to anybody, private institutions, other public institutions, organizations. There's a lot to be desired. A little story about the Innovation Center. We started in 2022 as a hub. After obtaining a grant from UNDP, we became the Unipod. Actually, I have two ladies there. They are putting on t-shirts with Unipod. So it's an effort to digitize efforts within, that is by the UNDP in its member countries. From there, we have actually become a company limited by a guarantee. That is in August last year. So now we are Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center. So we also have a board, and I'm happy to present that that is Professor Dorothy Okello is a board member of the Innovation Center. Okay, so what do we do? What should we do? If you're talking about socioeconomic development, you're still talking about an environment where you see jobs created. There's a lot of brain gain. So let's agree there's a lot of brain drain. But now we should focus on focus on local solutions, okay? So when you are focused on having these local solutions, trust me, there's growth. Then the other is about economic diversification. As part of growth, we are looking at a shift, that is a shift from a commodity-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. So how do we get there? So there is a lot to be desired. So what do we do as innovation centers to ensure that there is sustainable economic growth? And of course, when it comes to tech part, one, our role is to look for collaborations, okay? Out here, I'm happy that I'm with the platform. Mr. Chair, you're not safe, and other development officers, I'm coming to you. We have Ugandans who need to be mentored, skilled. There's a lot to be desired. There's a lot we can work together. So I know there's funding out here that is through government. We've been able to obtain the Research Innovations Fund, but there's a lot to be desired. So we are going to come to you with the proposal. So members are in the room and they are listening. Then the other is we are looking at, of course, we talked about linkages. We have changed the innovation centers, especially University Technology and Innovation Center. We have changed from the idea of only looking at internships. We are talking about focused and targeted internships. So we might find that one of the key players on board is Kira. They first took the first cohort, okay, in the e-mobility program, 25 of them. And we're happy they have actually employed them as well as they complete their degree. So that is how we're doing it. The other is providing infrastructure for our stakeholders. Of course, when it comes to tech, you need to prototype, you need to co-work, you need to have labs to test. So we have a number of labs. Please feel free to visit, okay? And of course, here we are. We also provide acceleration services. I'm happy in the room I have URSB. There is a session to teach our innovators how to register companies, among others. And also want to thank the Uganda Revenue Authority. It's always around us to teach our innovators. Why we do that? The other is intellectual property. It's something, yes, some people touch it, but it's something touchy. It's very, very crucial to the life of an innovator. As you start up, as you grow, you want to feel good that you brought something new on board. Of course, how do we innovate? Bringing new things in a different way. So as we look at, we need to ideally build a pipeline for scalable tech initiatives or ventures. So we have to put that support in place. Then, of course, attracting investments. Of course, this is a bit tricky as well. As we talk about funding, we are coming to UDB. UDB, we are coming. We have innovators. They have prototypes, but how do we move? STI has put in place initiatives, but that is not enough. We want to realize if it's a car like Kira EV, it is here. But now, if it is maybe a nutrient to boost health of mothers, we're going to see it come to life. So there's a lot to be desired. And of course, the other, as part of attracting investment, we are looking at aspects of influencing policy. Trust me, one of the things, yes, we are talking about having young entrepreneurs on board, having mindset change. there is something that is really critical. Apart from IP, how do we protect these innovators, entrepreneurs? You'll find that the policies are not so, they're so constringent. They're tough even to the person who have just established a business in one day. So we are asking, if through these platforms, can we have at least a tax holiday to the young innovators for 6-7 months? You see, you're asking me for rent, you're asking me to file my returns. The next thing, people are jumping out of business, okay? Then the other is address marketing failures. That is in the national systems. Our role now is to bridge this gap through research and development commercialization. The word is commercialization. So that's why we have the innovation space. This brings in something critical. The Innovation Center rides on 5 strands: ideation, innovation, protection, commercialization, and scaling up. So we are ready to serve you and be able to work. Maybe the strategies coming to the second question. Sorry. Coming to the second question. Of course, now still we have to foster collaborations. Then provide access to funding, okay, as of course investments. We cannot only attract funding as Makerere University. We need to work with UDB, you need to work with URA, we need to work with Victoria University. Professor Muganga, we are coming. I'm happy we have already been requested to look for me. So, Professor Dorothy Okello, this is it. We have to explore as many relations as possible. Please feel free to walk into the Innovation Center. You know, for a long time, people don't know where to start from. Sometimes we have jobs, internship opportunities, we have projects. We are the entry point in what you want. For example, last year we had Hello Tractor. I hope you're profound of Heifer International. Heifer International, one of the big winners, first winners of $500,000. That is Hello Tractor. Came to us through the space. We had to link it to the College of Agriculture. And they trained students to operate tractors last year, gave them certificates, even paid for their driving permits. I have to confess, apart from being the assistant manager of the innovation space, I come from the College of Computing. So I'm a lecturer at the School of Computing and Informatics. So you may find that our role is to link. You come to us, even if you want somebody in performance arts. It would look obvious, by the way. It can look obvious that somebody is doing music, dance, and drama, or is doing fine art. It looks so obvious. But for every single project, look at this. Let's just envisage in the room where we are. We have a lighting system. You have electricians doing something. You have designers putting something, even the color combinations. So everybody has a role to play. So ideally, the other is let's streamline on positioning ourselves as part of the strategy for the global industry. Let's have those quality products produced. Let's have those linkages, and of course, mentor in that direction. The other is, of course, there are a lot of opportunities in networking. Our space. Okay, I've also forgot to mention, if you come to the Innovation Center and you need to have a meeting, having interviews, selection, we shall give you space for free. There's no charge, actually. So if you work with us, we have those, even if it's hackathons running, we have had hackathons, climate smart jobs, I don't know if we heard about it. They come for weekends, they run hackathons. We shall give you the space for free, as long as there's mentorship, skilling of our students, and of course, it's about value addition to the next generation. Of course, they're different, it's called alpha, so all this is in place. Access to infrastructure, that's another strategy. We are open. Actually, if somebody comes in an innovator, we register you, we come with a brief, we register you, we give you a code, and there should be a specific time where you have to use the innovation space. I have to mention, we are not only serving students of Makerere. Some of the innovators in the space are from TVETs. So everybody is actually welcome. Of course, the other is open up markets. I'm happy the PS and the other previous speakers have mentioned. As we encourage our people to innovate, please buy Ugandan products. People have mentioned it now and then. If you look at yourself, some of us, right from our homes, we are purely Chinese. Your shoes, your hair, your toothbrush, your toothpaste, everything. So when we don't support our innovators, trust me, we shall be wasting time. Then let's focus on specific. Let's have targeted interventions. If it is agri-tech, let's do that. It is fintechs, let's do that. I'm happy Professor talked about disruptive technologies. I happened to lead through the stewardship of Professor Okello last year. On 6th December, we launched blockchain in Makere. That is through SoonPay. It's a US-based company. So with the initiatives start blockchain, they have signed a memorandum of understanding, and other initiatives are taking place. So let's target. And of course, as we target, what are the current SDGs? So trust me, there will be no more poverty, good education, of course, improved education, quality services. And lastly, let's evaluate and monitor these initiatives. So do we have initiatives? We have seen initiatives being introduced. By the time they fail, because there's no proper, of course, there are no key performance initiatives put in place. And of course, people have not even been empowered. So I like it when we say, as we look at focused interventions, let's engage also the stakeholders to see how they can benefit. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Powerful, powerful, powerful. Thank you very much. Let me come to James. Part of your work ensures that every quote-unquote non-commercially viable area has service. What strategies, as Uganda leaps into this high-value, high-tech economy, what enabling, skilling, transformation programs should we design? Is what we are doing, but what should we be doing as we think out of the box to ensure that we don't create digital structural exclusion environments as we move in? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Beronda, and I'm the director for the Universal Service Fund at Uganda Communications Commission. And the fund has been around for almost 20 plus years, interestingly, though most people probably are not aware. And it has been very critical at different times of market development, from way back when the issue was about infrastructure, then we went into services, and more now where it's predominantly coverage and data. But then, as we progressed over years at the commission or the fund, there are key things that have become so sticky, and they're still present. And listening to Professor here speaking about education digitization, I think it's one of the things really touches me at the core of the heart. And probably we should have a mini-series sort of public lectures on digitization of education. I'll give you, or I'll ask a simple question from all of you in here. How many of you know how to transfer vehicle ownership on the URA portal? You know, when you sell your car, you're supposed to transfer your car to another individual, but you've got to do that through the URA portal. How many of you can do that? Just by show of hands. I must confess, me, it was only until last year that I got to learn. But even then, I struggled with that. I had to call in somebody else to do that on my behalf. Now, it is you, me, professor, who can probably do this. But you know this is a requirement for every Ugandan who owns a vehicle. So if you cannot do that, then how do you expect those people down there to do it? They simply can't. It's reason you're seeing so many other businesses, Peter, coming up in town here, where somebody sets up a kiosk and his duty is to help people how to file returns. So, do you want to tell me we shall achieve a digital transformation if we are only, you cannot even file your own returns and you have to depend on somebody else to do it for you? We can't. Now, let me go back to, and from where I sit, by the way, you'll excuse me because I speak from, I deal with very, very basic, at a basic level or basic layer, because the people I interact with, the skilling I sort of undertake at the fund. Because we're teaching people how to open up email address, how to teach a border, how to navigate on a PIN. Have you sent your border person to navigate a PIN and they actually do so? They'll probably tell you, just tell me where you are, I'll come. You think we'll achieve a digital transformation? No. So the issue is we need to create a critical mass of digital users. And we've got to separate two issues. There is tech consumption and tech production. And most of us are into the consumption, on the consumption side. But who are you designing for? And that's what we're designing. If we're talking about NIRA, NITA, URA portals, who are you designing for? We can talk about digital transformation, we can talk about all these good things, but you're designing them for the masses of people. And if they're unable to use them, then we're not heading anywhere. You're talking to your to yourselves. So we need to design programs that, one, address the production side, and here I mean, and there are three layers of digital skilling. There's that basic, there is intermediate. Most of you have been to your police stations, you've been to your health centers, you've been to your schools. What is the level of proficiency of all those officers in those institutions? You see them struggling to get some basic things right. And these are intermediate, it's the workforce. For example, where I sit now, I'm getting so many requests from town councils. We need computers for school. So my question is, we do not even have the right infrastructure to undertake some of these things. So we need to address the basic digital skilling to create a critical mass of users. Then we need also to integrate the intermediate, and those are our normal class of people, the teachers, healthy workers, etc. But also the high end. Now we're talking about the software developers, the data technicians, cybersecurity, and we continue these services. One of the reasons for low adoption is people fear systems. And it has become more pronounced now, the Bafere and whatever, so they will try. How do you ensure that they stay online by addressing the cybersecurity issues? So you need cybersecurity experts, embedded systems, agri-tech, and etc. But all these programs are different. They can't be a one fix-it for all these categories. So we have got to be very intentional on how to fix this. And for me, my cry from where I sit and the commission, our focus has been that let's digitize and take digital transformation into schools. Or because that's why when you say 70% of our population is below 30, that means probably, like I think Professor said, 15 million are into schools. Those are the people you need to target, and they're the best ambassadors we must have, because when you educate your child, it means they're able to educate the family, and that will have a trickle-down effect. So my point is, we need to create a critical mass of users, but also do not get the adult skilling as well, because some of the programs we actually do to avoid digital exclusion as well. Because in the morning I saw the RISE program and this high tech, and most times when I'm into this program, I keep thinking, okay, how am I going to achieve this sort of thing? Because the more you tend to aspire to that level, it means if you're not careful, then you're also going to leave so many people behind, because between me and you, we can't even transfer a vehicle to the URA portal. Thank you very much.
James, please. You're shaking a table with expensive drinks, as they say. No, but thanks so much. I think it's a moment to reflect on some of the basic issues, because at times we want the great things. And I think as Professor mentioned, if you give your phone to a 7-year-old, sometimes even a 4-year-old, somewhere they will operate it. So as we also think about these national grid systems, it's also important to think about how intuitive are they, and also how much we ensure that we don't create structural exclusion on that. Yeah. Colleagues online, colleagues in the room, if you have a question or comment, please, we would probably have just a few more moments. A call has been made that let's talk less and do more. So if you could take note, we'll just, maybe you could write it on a piece of paper and we'll receive it and address it to the respective panelists. But I just want to come back to the panelists, and I'm going to ask the same question and maybe move down the line. Doctors mentioned, Professor mentioned in about 4 years, 2030, we're looking at a 300 trillion economy. What national level, what national grade technology systems must Uganda get right? And as we think about this, how should we ensure that we break the silos on working together? So maybe you could share an example or two, your thoughts, and also who should own and who should be working together in that ecosystem. If you could just take a minute or two to share one or two examples. Maybe we could go down the line starting with Colin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I always like to have a reference point, and I think I had mentioned India initially, which I visited just a few months back, talking about the payments infrastructure, instant payments, which we're trying to do as Bank of Uganda. The solution is now seated on the proposal with the president. We hope that the president can give us a no objection to set up the first instant payment switch for Uganda, so that we can reduce the transaction costs all around us. And so the first thing that we need to do that is nationwide is a payment switch, or a unified payment infrastructure, which is one of the pillars of any digital public infrastructure. India has done very well on this area. More than 90% of the people in India now are banked, simply because they have set up that payment infrastructure. And they have also, of course, democratized the smartphone. Everybody has a smartphone because the prices of smartphones have completely gone down. In Uganda, if you want to talk about the big shift, the price of devices must go down. When Professor mentioned 1 laptop per child, that direction must take a whole fiscal policy revision. Devices must be manufactured here, they must be more affordable, they must be less taxed if they're being imported, they must be in the hands of every household as a basic, in my view. So India has heavily gone that direction. Let me talk about Estonia, because we need to see people who are doing things and know that they are possible. Sometimes we think they are dreams. But Estonia, some of you may know that about last year and the years before, they were the most digitized country in the world, by all means. And there were only 2 reasons why you left your home to live in Estonia. You left your house because everything else was done on mobile. Everything was on mobile. You left your home because you wanted to get a mortgage or you wanted to get a divorce. Those 2 were still manual. But everything else was digital on your mobile phone. And I visited Tallinn, I've been to Estonia, I've studied their system. Everything is digital, apart from those 2. Now, I am told, as per last year, January, they are fully digital. If you want divorce, now there's something called e-divorce. They are saying, don't leave the house. Even if you want to divorce right there in the sitting room. And if you want a mortgage, we shall handle you right where you are. So Estonia is now 100% digital with the mobile and AI era. And imagine all that is majorly mobile technology. They haven't even gone fully AI. So AI is about to take us to a huge place. So in lastly, I think to say is that what Professor and everybody has mentioned, 2030 is a good target. 4 years from now, anybody looking after 4 years is really looking into the unknown,
Because AI, even next year, we shall be here, what we're talking about right now will really be historical. Because 1 year in AI is a decade in the 1980s and 90s. So 2030 is, I think, is a good target, 4 years from now. So I'd like to say something called an IPIF strategy, IPIF, if you can write it down. The first I is you need identity. And that's what India and Estonia have done, digital identity. That's IPIF, IPIF. It was sort of something I coined quickly, but identity, digital identity is number one as a foundation for any leap. Number two, you basically need, the P is the payments. You need instant payments being made cross-border, in-border, instantly from mobile to banks. Number three is again digital infrastructure, the I for infrastructure, which is basically green data centers, cloud technology within Uganda by NITA, for instance. You need the backbones, and you now need the Starlinks that Professor mentioned about. That's the infrastructure. That is, then lastly, you need the finance. Finance basically needs to be green finance, patient capital by UDB. So we need IPIF. You need NIRA, you need BOU, you need NITA, you need UDB, and all the other players on the same table, not just to think, but to begin to act out of silos and out of fragmentation into a unified 2030 approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colin. Ambrose, in a minute or two.
Thank you, Peter. Now I've got the name right. My own? Okay. Now, there was this student in senior who was asked a question history at who are the Bantu, and then she said, if you had asked me about Nyamwezi, I would have written like this. So they said their own question and answered it. So I want to set my own question here and answer it, because it was talked about in the keynote about sovereignty. And then I'll come back to that. But I think I should mention something about sovereignty. When we talk about sovereignty, we're talking about isolation. But sovereignty, how we look at it is that you want to have what we call the minimum viable sovereignty as far as IT is, as far as this system is concerned. Because the world is flat. The technology has made everything flat. You cannot say that you are going to work only alone, because you have to collaborate with others. And when we talk about sovereignty, it always comes in the issues of data, like have data centers hosted in your country, have everything in your country. But we are talking about it from this perspective. In the first place, do I have oversight over all the core infrastructure in my jurisdiction? So if the government owns the backbone and other private sector players also own their backbone infrastructure, do I have oversight as a country over all of that? And what goes in there, the traffic that goes in there, and not controlling but oversight. Then two, do I have the local capabilities like when we talk about AI? Do you have the local capabilities? So that you are not going to rely on experts outside, but you have built capabilities inside within your country. So those are some of the two things that now will define the issue of sovereignty that the colleague talked about. Yes, have many data centers in your own country, but have the infrastructure, but still make sure you have your critical capabilities within. That doesn't mean that you don't collaborate with others. Doesn't mean that you cannot have a data center in another jurisdiction, but as long as you have oversight and control over that. Now, what we should see in the next 4 years, 2030 is 4 years from now, we will still be having the same president. We will not have gone into another election to show you how 2030 is. And I don't think that the buildings we've seen here in this video will come in the next 4 years, not even 15 years, because it means if you are going to have them, for example, from Chibuye up to Zana, it means you must put down everything. All those structures must come down, including Freedom City. By the way, if you are going to have buildings like those that we are seeing. And that now also takes back to sovereignty. If you are going to do it in Uganda, to put like all those buildings down, there must be an element of sovereignty on who actually has oversight and control over revamping something like that. So from the ICT perspective, what we think should be possible is to have a national AI and data platform stack in the next 5 years. That should be possible. A national AI data platform stack, we have the data strategy that has been developed. We should be able to operationalize that and have oversight and control over the data that's being generated. Issues of the sovereign cloud, based on the definition that I have mentioned on sovereignty, a sovereign cloud and a secure digital platform interchange. So he's talking about all these payments and things like that, but the issue of security still remains an issue of sovereignty as far as the country is concerned. So, and I think we can, from where we sit, Ministry of ICT, through agencies, UCC and NITAU, we should be able to ensure that we have a secure platform. But also, I'm also thinking, yes, in the next 5 years, we are going to begin seeing a lot of IoT and industrialization happening. Because as I said, we cannot sit and say we are waiting for the policy or the law or something like that. This technology is here, and we are going to be seeing some of these permeating in industry. But I don't think we are going to go to the level of what we're seeing in this video in the next 4 years. I'm not being a pessimist, but I know at minimum level. But then also, I have a big teacher inside me, and I'm also a proponent of digital skilling. I think we have built some critical mass of digital skills because now with the ICT education in secondary schools and primary schools, maybe in the next 5 years, we should be able to have a bigger number of the population who are IT literate. So literacy, again, is different from skills. So being able to know the digital environment around you and to play with the different tools, I think some of those we can achieve in the next 4 years. The issue of one laptop per child, I support it, but if you're going to set up a manufacturing plant, understanding our environment in Uganda, we cannot have that manufacturing plant in the next 1 or 2 years. So maybe if we start now, by 2030, we should produce the first laptop. If you have to move the traditional way that things move here, because you must put now in the budget framework for the next year. You can't do it this year. You must put in the budget framework, and then the money is released the other year, and then 2029, that's when you are now acquiring the land where you're going to put it. So we can maybe have the first laptop coming out in 2030. But if UDB comes now with the financing, we don't have to rely on financing from outside. We can do it in a disruptive way. I can give you my own land, which I have also as an individual, and then you put the plant there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambrose. And you know, statements made on such a podium, when you say I can give, usually we interpret it as you've given us. Thanks very much. We're running out of time, but I'll invite Kennedy. Hopefully you don't set your own questions, but maybe Emina just share a national grade technology system that you think we must get right in the very short period of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The one that we feel should be perhaps improved upon, and government has made significant strides and improvements, is the National Data Exchange Platform, UG Hub, and Colin had hinted on it. Now, government through NITAU, the team at NITAU has done an exceptional job in getting that platform to where it is. Peter, you mentioned the various systems and products that we've built as computer medics, on top of building the online passport application system, and I'm going to say why this is required for context. The online passport application system, the e-services portal for licenses, driving licenses, operator licenses, driving school licenses, government land lease management system currently used by Uganda Land Commission, the mandatory motor vehicle inspection system, the list is endless. But what we've seen is that there's been, despite the great progress government has made, there's been a significantly low adoption of UG Hub. Okay, low is subjective, but we're not where we need to be. And why I say that is that as we've built these systems across government, we realize that even if this is a national data exchange platform that actually works, not all MDAs or government agencies are on the platform, and that still creates a gap in the way data is exchanged. MDA should be able to all be onboarded on this one-stop center, exchange data, and vice versa. And the other thing government could think about, since it's a national data exchange platform, it shouldn't just be focused on government alone. Perhaps there should be a process of onboarding public sector players. Think about it. Think of a scenario. Let me give an example. I'm a non-Ugandan. I need to open up a bank account. I go to a particular commercial bank. Commercial bank needs to get the latest information on me as a non-Ugandan. They need to know if I'm actually in the country legally. They need to know the status of my work permit and the validity of the work permit. So if these private sector players are onboarded on such a platform, government can actually monetize this for some non-tax revenue. That makes for non-tax revenue as they expand to cover the entire nation. So a commercial bank will make a call to, or query a system, let's say the National Citizenship and Immigration Control, query it, get these particulars, and for every call that these private sector players make, perhaps a fee is attached to that. So a lot of improvements, a lot of policy revisions around adoption and enforcement may need to be made, but national data exchange is...
Thanks very much, Kennedy. I'll also now move to James. Earlier it was 1 or 2, now it's 1. We'll then get to a half by the time we get to Margaret.
Yes, thank you, Peter, but allow me to set my question just in 1 second.
But in a minute, yeah.
Recently, I think like 3 or a month ago, we were invited in Geneva by the ITU to do a certain project on connecting all schools in Uganda. And I happen to have traveled with my brother here, Commissioner Ambrose. So as we sat in those rooms, they kept asking us, so how many schools are connected? Ministry of Education, how many have you connected? I'm not so sure, but you're the ones who are doing the primary, the schools. I said, but I've only connected secondary schools, 1,500. Finance, do you have an idea? I have no clue. You're the guys, you're the expert. To me, that tells you, one, why should I be called to Geneva to ask me how to connect schools? It means there's something lacking internally within us, that we have all this information, all these data points that are not speaking to each other. And therefore, it creates that, can we have a sort of co-creation of all projects that are being undertaken under government? Anyway, coming back to your questions, I think Collins probably already did a good job in highlighting some of them, but I'll only pick out one, and that's the national identity. And I'll pick out that from where I sit and the kind of projects we're trying to do. For example, there is a huge problem in form of device affordability. We all agree. It's only us that can afford, but people out there, especially the low-income earners, can't afford. And we're trying to say, how do we do device financing? But do you know the barrier we get? Credit referencing. And if you can only solve it with things like a national ID. We're already there. But what more value can we get out of that platform by creating open APIs that other people can use in form of credit referencing? And then lastly, the data centers, and we need to look at them from tier 1 up to, say, tier 4. Why should we depend on Amazon Web Services? Because it has the best computing power. My neighbor here will tell you what sort of computing power it requires to translate a language AI model. It's quite a lot, it's quite expensive. And me, I'm happy that UDB now is coming into the discussion and say, how do we help you invest? And to me, those are areas of investment. You leave the digital skillings to us, the basics and everything, but support these institutions that require that sort of computing power to provide the services muchly needed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. And in a way, you speak about prioritization. We have so many things, but how do we prioritize here? Dr. Margaret, in a minute. The national grid type of national system that we need, technology system.
Okay, thank you very much. Apparently, it's kind of challenging. Most of the systems have been hinted on. Identification is key. Of course, aspects of digital financing services. Of course, I'll borrow from the telecom world. They do a lot of, before they give you anything or give you a service or render a service financially, they do a credit scoring. Then the aspects of infrastructure. I'm happy Professor Mugama talked about low Earth orbit satellite internet. I have to be sincere. It's only during election time I heard about aspects of Starlink. And then I had a regulation come out, boom. And I only realized that some people already have the gadgets. So ideally, infrastructure for since the introduction of tech, it's a lot to be desired. So we should stop talking and act. Let's talk about the infrastructure aspects. Then, since most of the techs have been are presented by my fellow panelists, I'm going to dive into the aspect of digital governance and services. Yes, I agree. Dr. Amina Zawede talked about the AI strategy and the national data strategy. But here we are. What about other disruptive technologies? Instead of having only the AI strategy, I'm happy Prof is the head of the AI team. Why don't we talk about, or you're part of the team, so to speak, why don't you talk about a disruptive technology strategy? What about blockchain? Is it only AI? So there's a lot to be appreciated. Then the other is ownership. Let government own these systems. Why should it depend on the cloud? Something can happen. Of course, cloud services are part of us. But let's have, of course, today, I think there's a launch of the sovereign cloud in Namamve not Yuri, but today there was an event actually I was supposed to attend, but I had to come to the UDB platform to talk about the Innovation Center because they already know about us and they have been engaging in different initiatives. Then the other is modernization. Of course, what it comes to governance is modernizing government services. If we go there, trust me, by 2030, there's a lot we can achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Colleagues, let's give our panelists a big hand clap. I wish we had all the time because I feel like I think we've not even done the executive summary yet. But certainly time is not always the best ally. And we have a session coming in on industrial real estate and construction. So it's important that, and we've also had, they say medicine is taken in small doses. I think we've had sufficient doses for this morning. We take note of the comments and questions that have come in on cost of internet, on issues of ethics and morality as we digitize, on issues of data privacy, on issues on the young generation and execution speed, including private sector, issues of taxation and involving education institutions. And I'm sure there's also quite a lot that is coming on an online commentary. So we take note of that, and our panelists and different players are available. We will certainly address these questions and get back to you, at least where we've had contacts, but where we've not, we will ensure that we embed these in some of the work we are doing so that we do it properly. So again, colleagues, let's give a big hand clap to our panelists as they leave the stage. And thank you very much, friends and colleagues and partners. Part of RISE is making sure that we work together on transformational programs, things that really change. Sorry? Oh, sorry. James, before you run, and Professor, as you stand, a photo moment, and I think Professor will join us as well. I'd like to invite the mission chair. We work under the mission chair to join us for this picture, and then he will take over the stage. Thank you very much. My name is Peter, and thanks for your audience.
All right, thank you very much. A very final round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the team that has done a very wonderful job today. Please. Thank you, Colin. Colin needs to run off, but we appreciate. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a mouth-watering session, and a number of us could be asking what next. So going forward and moving fast forward, we are going now to do additional follow-ups. At least from the engagements, we'll be able to contact at least 20 key participants, key stakeholders who will invite for a roundtable session. And following that, we'll be able to do challenge intake. Of course, a number of challenges have come through by identifying the problems that have been mentioned here. And definitely we'll do some kind of pre-onboarding screening. Then we'll engage people on the platform. RISE is AI-powered, so we'll take people through the platform. And once we onboard teams on the platform, we'll be able to aggregate all the stakeholders that will be playing in the development agenda in the different perspectives. So we thank you very much for your indulgence. We have a session coming up at 2, and this is yet another mouth-watering session, which I would request you to come and join us after lunch. Meanwhile, request you to join us for lunch. Then we'll do about 40 minutes, and then we'll come back and do another wonderful session, which will also be the gist of the industrialization discussion that we have started all through. Thank you so much, and wish you well. See you after 2:30. Thank you.
Just a quick correction, the afternoon session starts at 2 o'clock. So would kindly, and would like to implore for those that are attending the session to please return, and we start at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. this afternoon. In our midst, we have distinguished guests, partners, but allow me particularly recognize the presence of the Chairman, International Council for Sustainability Standards, and the CEO of the European Organization for Sustainable Development, Mr. Ashad Rab. A hand clap, please. Allow me also recognize the presence of the Commissioner Industry and Technology in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Dennis Ainebiona. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it will take me the rest of the day to recognize protocol across the room. So allow me for now, stop at those two gentlemen, and to say it's an honor and a privilege to have you in the room this afternoon. And for those that were not with us in the morning or over the last 3 days, we've had an introduction to RISE. Someone will wonder, what is RISE? In full, it is reshaping industry for a sustainable economy. And it represents a deliberate shift in how we pursue industrialization in Uganda. We've had an introduction to the platform, as well as had very insightful and engaging sessions along various missions that will underpin industrialization in this country. We've examined the critical building blocks for an industrial economy. We've had a mission on energy. We've had a mission on agri-food systems, on infrastructure, and this morning we had one on technology systems, really focused on systems that will power productivity and competitiveness of our economy. But to make special mention, this afternoon we shall focus on the industrial, real estate and construction mission. And at some point when I had an engagement with our industry leader who will make a presentation this afternoon, he said, what is industrial real estate? And I'm sure many of you are asking, what is industrial real estate? Are we talking about malls and arcades and you know, such things, such kinds of real estate? Are we talking about residential housing? And my answer to you is a definite, resounding no. We are talking about land and built infrastructure that enables economic production at scale. We're talking about factories, we're talking about logistics hubs, infrastructure ready, land, industrial parks, and the like. So that is what we're talking about, and it's the backbone for industrialization. And we recognize that without it, without well-planned industrial real estate that facilitates production, augments productivity, and enables export competitiveness, industrialization won't be, will only remain a dream. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the RISE Industrial Real Estate and Construction Mission. And we'll explore very insightful discussions this afternoon. But without giving away much of it, let me now invite our own Head of Legal and Company Secretary to deliver remarks on behalf of the Managing Director. I thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me stand on the protocol that has been cited by the previous speakers. This afternoon, I bring you greetings from the substantive Managing Director, who is not in position to join us this afternoon because of competing priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the RISE Industrial Real Estate and Construction Mission. This mission builds on a series of related missions held over the past 2 days that aim at advancing Uganda's industrial ambition, the creation of a high-tech, high-value, and globally competitive industrial ecosystem. Today we gather here not merely for a mission, but to ignite a movement, one that will reshape Uganda's industrial landscape and firmly anchor our nation's journey towards a sustainable, innovation-driven economy. The industrial sector contributes about 24.9% of Uganda's GDP, with manufacturing alone accounting for 15.1%. Over the past decade, the sector has experienced steady expansion driven by agro-processing, manufacturing of construction materials, as well as beverages, and light manufacturing. Manufacturing has become a major revenue source, generating 8.16 trillion annually in tax revenue. About 30% of Uganda's total income, growth has been supported by increased domestic demand of locally manufactured products, regional trade within East African community, and government initiatives such as industrial parks and import substitution policies. The government's strategic target over the next 15 years is to expand the country's GDP from nearly 50 billion, that is as at 2023, to US dollars 500 billion as at 2040. Uganda is embarking on a bold journey to redefine its built environment. We are designing and developing industrial real estate that will serve as the backbone of a high-tech, high-value future for all communities across the nation. We recognize that manufacturing cannot scale without the right physical systems in place, industrial parks, factory zones, warehousing, and logistics hubs. The RISE Industrial Real Estate and Construction Mission is meant to support with building the physical foundation of a high-tech Uganda as our mechanism to design, coordinate, and deliver these platforms. It is about creating physical foundation upon which Uganda's industrialization will thrive. Without industrial real estate's integration in the system, these sectors will remain fragmented and underscaled. Embracing industrial real estate will foster the nation to leapfrog into development and emerge as a regional leader in innovation-driven growth. The RISE program brings together various critical players, including government, architects, developers, investors, regulators, and technology innovators to create solutions that are commercially viable, socially impactful, and technologically advanced. It repositions industrial and construction investment as productive capital output generating, employment creating, and system enabling. From today's engagement, we aim to establish a national vision for integrated industrial real estate and identify a priority pipeline of scalable, bankable projects. I therefore invite you to join the RISE ecosystem so that we can drive Uganda's transformation together. As Uganda Development Bank, we stand ready to structure, finance, as well as catalyze this transformation. The RISE Industrial Real Estate and Construction Mission is more than a program. It is a national commitment to prosperity, competitiveness, and sustainability. Let us all rise together, build together, and shape a future-ready Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophie. Very powerful words from the Managing Director and delivered by Sophie. So some of you might still be wondering, especially those who haven't been here over the last 3 days, what is RISE actually all about? So allow me a moment to play a short video that introduces you to the idea of RISE.
This is a country known to the world for biodiversity, mountain gorillas, chimpanzees, source of River Nile, and agriculture. But Uganda is also known to the world for poverty because the current solutions, by and large, are not making the big change needed to achieve prosperity. In many cases, the small, isolated solutions are holding the people behind and not let them thrive. The European Organization for Sustainable Development, EOSD, and the Uganda Development Bank, UDB, join hands for building big futures together, for systemic change, not isolated interventions, for stop managing poverty and start building prosperity. It is a partnership that enables a new dawn, and it is proud to announce RISE for Uganda. RISE is for moving away from small and isolated fixes that keep people trapped in the past and lock communities into outdated systems. But there is no progress without daring to think big. So get ready to rethink what is possible. RISE is ready to build a modern Uganda through bold solution. Take the example of energy. Donating solar lamps or subsidizing them to make affordable for those who are not grid connected can charge a phone but cannot power communities. Small fixes, such as lighting a bulb with solar lamp, cannot be considered as an alternative to systemic change or shall not undermine the need for high energy outputs. RISE is for high-tech mini-grids, smart grids, and large-scale renewable energy plants. Such interventions will create modern towns and create prosperous society. This is what big thinking looks like. Now, let us take agriculture. Providing handheld tools, small seed packets, or outdated irrigation pumps lock farmers in subsistence and make it impossible to end generational poverty. RISE is about precision agriculture and drone-based crop monitoring. It capitalizes on the power of AI-driven analytics and cold chain logistics that revolutionizes agriculture sector for creating engines of economic growth, innovation, and resilience. This is how future takes place. Now, let us put manufacturing under the spotlight. Small-scale, outdated workshops with low productivity and poor working conditions cannot transform lives. This is the reason why RISE enables investments in smart factories powered by automation, robotics, and renewable energy and connected through smart logistics. And the small-scale, unsafe artisanal use of raw material hardly provides enough returns to the communities to survive. RISE focuses on high-value addition through modern and green technologies. This is true development. This is the power of bold thinking. And the time to revisit education system has come. An education sector, a system where chalkboards, poor teaching quality, and outdated computers that barely function dominates education system and benefit handful of people at the cost of future generations. Here is the response of RISE. Together, we will capitalize on digital classrooms, e-learning platforms, and AI-powered education tailored to individual learners for making high-quality education affordable and accessible to masses. And together, we will turn the vision into reality. Let's take a closer look at the health sector. In mobile clinics that visit once a month at the most or outdated primary care facilities with minimal equipment and poor treatment are seen as solutions. But communities remain vulnerable to preventable illnesses. RISE aims to promote telemedicine platforms, AI-driven diagnostics, and modern hospitals integrated with digital health records. This is leap in accessibility and care quality. And quality is what is missing in cities and towns. Unorganized local businesses are currently important for livelihoods in urban areas. But relying solely on them leaves towns fragmented, underdeveloped, and trapped in cycles of low productivity. And low productivity perpetuates poverty. RISE envisions large-scale modernization of towns and high-tech urbanization, such as cutting-edge mobility solutions, integrated renewable grids, smart water and waste management systems. RISE envisions clean, high-end manufacturing hubs fostering town and city growth, creating high-skilled jobs, stimulating economic ecosystems, driving innovation, and attracting talent and investments, and state-of-the-art delivery of goods and services. This is beyond survival. This is development worth fighting for. But RISE requires bold vision, not narrow thinking. It is a call to action, a call to disrupt small thinking, a call to reject solutions that make poverty a little more bearable, but do not make prosperity inevitable. RISE is a call to collectively work for systemic solutions, solutions that do not keep Uganda trapped in the past, but modernize the industry and drive real, sustainable growth. A growth that is driven by big thinking, sustained by collective resolve, and realized through united actions. All stakeholders are invited to be part of the RISE ecosystem. Technology providers and seekers, members of engineering community and R&D institutions, energy technologists and seekers of modern energy solutions, agricultural technology providers or seekers, public bodies, and financial institutions. You are all invited to join in shaping a new era of high-tech innovation to create a bright future for all. So, are you ready to imagine a new future? And are you ready to build what once seemed unreachable? Send your expressions of interest to UDB to begin transforming Uganda from what it is today, to create one of the most advanced modern countries in the world, and within one generation. RISE for Uganda, for future begins here and now. Contact UDB today to begin collaboration for a new dawn.
What do you think? Is this a future that you want to be part of? I didn't hear any answers. Is this a future that you want for your grandchildren and your grandchildren's children? So if you said, since you said yes, let me build on that to invite our keynote speaker to make some remarks, to make his remarks to this audience this afternoon. So he's Mr. Ashad Rab, once again, he's the chairman of the International Sustainability Council and CEO of the European Organization for Sustainable Development. You're welcome, Ashad. Another warm hand clap for Mr. Ashad Rab. And I think his keynote address was almost as challenging and insightful as the video. But we draw key insights from what you shared with us and the call to action to ensure we have coordinated activity to drive industrialization in this country. But also, for me, I did pick one interesting observation, that development should not end at the city limits. In short, we should envisage development and industrialization beyond Nakawa Industrial Park. And that's a key challenge to us as partners in industrializing this country. The other key insight was around standards and accountability, but also lastly around policy alignment. And who better speaks to policy alignment than the person responsible for industrial policy in this country. So allow me at this juncture to invite Mr. Dennis Ainebiona. He's the Commissioner for Industry and Technology in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to deliver his remarks as an industry leader. I thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, friends. It's an afternoon, and I'm coming to speak to you when a powerful statement has been made. But allow me to first of all thank Uganda Development Bank and all of you who have managed to make this happen. Like as he has said, I work with the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and I head the Department of Industry and Technology. I wish to bring regards from my Permanent Secretary, Madame Lynette Bagonza, and indeed also to confirm that when my brother visited me last week and he started talking about real estate, I was not excited at all. As somebody who sits on a policy for industrialization and also appreciating what has been happening in this country, I told him, if you are going to build arcades, please go and find other stakeholders to engage with. And he said, I have a good package for you. And in the process, we could agree. And that's why I decided to be here. And to speak still on the side of government, when it comes to matters of industrialization, they are also what I want to confirm without fear or favor, that many times we don't move as a flock. I come from an area where we look at animals, and so it's better to move together. And I can notice this even from the conceptualization of this program. But I also want to give assurance that all is not lost. All is not lost, because recently all of you never protested the gains, and now you are rising up. My issue with my brother was in all our themes for industrialization, for development, industrialization has been at the center of the theme, that we can't do it if we don't industrialize. But also where he comes from and where he derives his livelihood, I have not seen much coming to the industry sector. I had all my data correct, that they had supported a lot of those people who are putting those buildings. They are not bad, we need them as well, but what should we start with? And I'm excited that now the focus is to deal with putting up that infrastructure that is going to enable us create the jobs that are needed. So in terms of what I'm going to share with you is it's on a policy framework and how we really think that this industrialization should be taken forward. And we have a policy for industrialization, which Cabinet approved in 2020. We have the National Development Plan, but of late, we have committed ourselves to implement a 10-fold growth strategy. And with that strategy, we are determined as a country to expand our GDP from 50 billion to 500 billion US dollars. And also the statistics we have today, that I think we have moved from 50 to like 60.2 billion. So we are on, the statistics show that we are progressing. And from our industrial policy, the thrust is, why should we industrialize? We want to create jobs, we want to create wealth, and we also want to take advantage of the comparative advantages we have. We are a country that is, you all very know, that is well gifted with raw materials, that we have a very good demographic dividend, that almost a huge percentage of our youth, of our population, has the youth. And so, where has been the gap? We agreed as a country that let's reduce the cost of production, let's organize and ensure that industrial production happens in zoned places, and this strategy is in developing industrial parks. And so, in this industrial real estate, for me the component that takes my attention much more is to do with the industrial parks. Who is helping you this? Can I be guided? I just need the support. Now, on this aspect of the for that. When we talk about doubling our GDP, we have scenarios where it has this thing has happened, and we look at countries like China. They were able to do it from 1992 to 2008, and their GDP grew from 0.43 trillion US dollars to 4.59 trillion. South Korea, they were also able to do it, and our research tells us that this only happened largely through manufacturing, and manufacturing focused on producing for export, and also aggressively attracting foreign direct investment and using the industrial parks model. So that is the direction we are taking. In our industrial policy, we've looked at a two approach. We'd wish to, where we have the capacity, now to be able to ensure that we don't continue having the capital flight. So we do import substitution and also to look at export promotion. And our statistics, when you look at it, you will see that the biggest bill is on importation of machinery, vehicles, and also some key industrial inputs, most especially if you look at sectors like steel, we are spending a lot, pharmaceuticals and the others. And for the export promotion, we look at the global market, and the share for Uganda is that meager. You can see it is 0.034%. And manufactured exports, as of today, they have increased from 13%, I think, in 2018, and now it's up to about 22%. But within our policy, this, if we are really to be able to contribute and achieve this strategy, the exports should be able to increase to something like 35%. And we want to move away from primary processed products to secondary and tertiary, and that speaks to the high-tech exports. And so that is the picture, because at the moment, on the weighing scale, the imports outweigh the exports. What is the role of the industrial parks? We all know that with well-designed industrial parks, not industrial sites, you'll be able to reduce the cost of production. And as a government, this journey we have already embarked on it, and I will be able to share going forward. And so the costs will come down, we'll be able to have the requisite infrastructure in terms of the key infrastructures to support the industries, the roads, you'll have them, electricity, you'll have it, and waste management systems, you'll all have them in that one space. Again, from my first comment where I said that we need to move as together, moving together we'll be able to share information. And as a government, we have agreed that this country be zoned and we have those industrial parks. And the movement, so far, we can see that we have 10 operational industrial parks. Kindly note my word, 10 operational industrial parks. I'm not saying 10 serviced industrial parks. My definition for operational industrial parks refers to sites that has been developed to a level to enable a factory at least set up there. But that does not mean that all the prerequisite infrastructure is in place. And so that means that I look forward to engage with you, and I'm happy my sister from Uganda Investment Authority is in attendance. And I've also seen somebody from my Uganda Manufacturers Association. That confirms the direction we are taking. But we need partners to ensure that we don't reinvent the wheel. How do we build from what we have. And because of our development trajectory, you will see that the number of industries we have are now to a tune of about 6,531, and many are scattered. Many have located in places that probably, if they were guided, they would have put up in better places. We will also not have a case for them where we're having the infrastructure in place before. So within this planning, our thrust is to ensure that let the sites that have been identified and also to encourage the private sector be developed. And then we see the shift of the industries moving to the industrial parks that are serviced and have all the requisite infrastructure. What so far is there, those who have settled in those parks, about 645, and which represents a small percentage of 10%. Okay. Do we have a policy framework and a regulatory framework to guide this process? Yes. Those policies I already talked about them. But I want to speak more about that picture. You will see those, the two ministers of trade, industry, and cooperatives. The one on this side is the main minister, Honorable Francis Mwebesa, and then also Honorable General Mbadi. We were launching on that day, and which is, I think, it was November 2023. We were launching policy guidelines for development and management of industrial parks. And we were supported by Global Green Growth Institute. And in that guide, it speaks more or less to what the desire is to get into what RISE is focusing about, to ensure that if you are to put up if you are planning for the industrial parks, do it in totality. Ensure that you have the rightful infrastructure, but also how do you deal with all the stakeholders that come and interact with the park? How do you zone them properly? How do you provide for waste management? And how do you also deal with the labor that comes and works in this park? So we have the guidelines, and these will also be able to support all stakeholders who will be helping us to develop the industrial parks, or these, what you are calling your industrial real estate. The guidelines do provide a stepwise approach, and it starts from expressing the interest and the ministry holding the mandate for industrialization. You, going forward, if anybody is intending to establish the industrial park, there is need to engage with the ministry and the team be able to support you to ensure that you follow the rightful procedures, because we don't want to continue repeating what some other stakeholders call them mistakes, but for me I don't call them mistakes. I call them I think, points for learning, given where we are coming from. You will have to do the site selection and have the pre-feasibility. That report will be able to inform the feasibility study and the environmental impact social assessments be approved. After that, you do the master planning, the infrastructure designs, and then you move to the step for resource mobilization up to a time or a point when you will be licensed to operate and then be monitored going forward. This requires a multi-stakeholder approach, and the ministry appreciates or recognizes the different mandates. So this guideline is to help whoever is involved to see what steps you need to follow and whom do you need to engage with. And we strongly believe that even the development partners and now the banks, if somebody is thinking for financing, I think it would be prudent for you to ensure that is able to follow this process, because we are all partners. Operational readiness for the industrial park, as I had earlier stated, we expect to have access roads and internal roads. We ensure to have electricity, we ensure that there is water supply, and have the ICTs, and all the security systems, and also management of the waste, both solid and the liquid, to ensure that there is sustainability. My friend from Europe, that is not happening, but that's where we intend to be. RISE. RISE coming after not protesting the gains. I want to state that it's a very timely and it's well aligned to Uganda's national industrialization agenda and the tenfold growth. And my appeal here to UDB and also to Mr. Ashad, let's work together. Working together in the sense that we build on what we have, we don't reinvent the wheel, together with other stakeholders. The government's direction is very clear, and you'll agree with me that once this is in place, we will be able to scale up the jobs, we'll be able to increase value addition, and automatically we will be able to realize our dream together as a country, have that tenfold growth that is not only on the paper, but can be reflected among the populace. So those are my few statements for the afternoon, but I want to say thank you so much, everyone who has managed to make it, and also to say that we are available to collaborate. We emphasize some of the things when we see that are not happening collectively. And my brother, don't take it as an offense. The issue was we want to see a development bank. A development bank that is supporting manufacturing, that is supporting industrialization. And if that happens, I think all of us will be able to enjoy. Thank you.
Very warm hand clap for Mr. Dennis Inaviona, our commissioner, who's given us insights on the policy and the policy direction, but also the outlook for industrialization in this country. But most importantly, he has challenged us that we must work together. Achieving industrialization will not be a one-man task. Each one of us has their roles to play, and therefore we thank you, and by extension the ministry and government, for providing the clarity in terms of policy, but also the facilitation in terms of zoning, identifying these industrial parks, and the efforts around ensuring that we progressively service these industrial parks and ensure that industrialization is beyond the city limits, like our keynote speaker had mentioned. So we'll now delve more into what has already been discussed. We'll have a very insightful panel, once again to dig deeper into aspects of policy, into aspects of sustainable building materials, aspects around technology and standards, innovation, investment promotion, urban planning insights, research and development, among other interesting topics. The keynote speaker did make mention that later in the day there will be a signing of an MOU with the with AREPA, that's the African Real Estate Practitioners Alliance, and we are glad to have the president in the house, Mr. Vincent Agaba. And I would like now to invite him to the podium, and he will facilitate a panel discussion with eminent practitioners in the real estate and construction ecosystem. Mr. Vincent, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request us to stand a bit and stretch, because after lunch, I can imagine what is happening. We stretch, we say hi to the neighbor. It's a good day. It's the Pearl of Africa. It's gifted by nature. Yes. We stand right at the equator. We enjoy the most sunshine of the world. And we are happy people. Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I stand on the protocol that is already observed. Commissioner, thank you for your remarks. Thank you, keynote speaker, for your remarks. My name is Vincent Agaba, and I'm from Uganda. So I represent African Real Estate Practitioners Alliance based in Ghana, in Accra. And this is an association of the real estate practitioners around the continent, the African continent. We are here working with the Association of Real Estate Agents of Uganda, President Lazarus in the house. You're welcome to be here. And the MOU we shall be signing with the EOSD, Mr. Shad, will be implemented through the sector association to ensure that we are localized, we are not reinventing the wheel, and we are not duplicating any situation. I thank you, DB. First and foremost, Joshua. I don't know where he has gone. And there is another lady called Fiona. And of course, the ED for listening to this call about real estate. Why I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen, like the commissioner said right from the beginning, when you hear the word real estate, what comes to your mind? Arcades? Apartments? Malls, shopping malls? What else? Now, where is the connection? Speculation, land. Now we are bringing a new era. We are saying real estate is actually an engine for economic growth, and real estate opens demand for manufacturing. I would like to demonstrate this before I call my panel. Ladies and gentlemen, look around where we are sitting. This is a hotel, right? Can you tell me how many things that we are sitting in this room are manufactured from a factory? Look around. The lights, the mirrors, the wood, the carpets, the tables, the chairs, the nails, the wires, the ceramics, the sinks. Now, when we talk about real estate, we are saying almost 80% of the real estate inputs are constructed, are built in factories. True or false? So, if you want to switch on Namamve industrial park to work, make sure you build more houses, isn't it? Make sure you build more hotels. Make sure you build more arcades. Make sure you build more affordable housing. Roofings will be able to work. Isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Hima cement will be able to produce more cement. The list is endless. So, we are losing an opportunity by looking at real estate as only shelter. We are losing an opportunity to look at real estate as only human settlement. Real estate is the demand side for the manufacturing. So allow me to invite our panel to discuss real estate from that point of view. That if we create sustainable real estate development, if we create organized housing, and remember, 60% of all the roads that we build in a country rotate around neighborhoods. If you combine all the road networks in Chanja, in Kiwatule, in Kajansi, they constitute 60% of the whole network of roads we have, because only 40% of the roads we have in the country connect Kampala to Jinja, Kampala to Masaka, Kampala to Mbarara, and so forth. So real estate is an enabler for infrastructure development. Now we need to create that connection, and therefore industries will work. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the panel here, and I will just read their names in that order to ensure that they come and speak to us from that angle. Madam Prosi Kikabi, you're welcome, Madam Uganda Investment Authority. Clap for her, please. We have Charles Nyakwebara for urban planning. You're welcome, sir. We have Ms. Trudy Muwanga, Green Building Council of Uganda. You're welcome, madam. And we have Dr. Apollo Vuregeya, Makerere University. You're welcome, doctor. With me, I have two ladies from the African Real Estate Professionals Alliance, Anita Mbabazi and Paula. Please stand where you are so that they know that the Secretariat for the African Alliance is also here, and please, if you want to be a member, you will be able to reach out to those ladies. So my first question quickly runs to Mr. Charles Nyakwebara, planning, urban planning. In the perspective I have spoken, sharing from your experience planning for emerging cities in Uganda like Hoima. We are picking Hoima deliberately because oil is almost flowing. Hoima. How can cities implement smart growth that responds to demand for last mile logistics? Please, brief, precise, so that we can maximize the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And indeed, the recurrent speakers who have given us the briefs that we have had. From the physical planning point of view, we notice that there is a lot of land wastage when we do not pre-plan for some of these investments. We have seen that there is a lot of investments that are located because there is a lot of investment faster than the capacity and the abilities of the local governments to do planning. And because of that, we've had a lot of back and forth as a country. I'll give an example where we have most of our developers taking on prime land without looking at the real value of this land. And when the investments come, like in form of industries, they locate in areas which are not, probably would not have been suitable for those investments. We do road infrastructure, and then we find that these roads are not carrying the capacities they are meant to carry. That's why you'll find that most times you have trucks moving in residential roads and spoiling these roads even in their designed lifetime. So going forward, we need to prioritize planning in these emerging cities and make sure that we have zoned industrial parks, planned and serviced with the infrastructure, so that the industrial investments and the other real estate investors find these areas when they are already programmed for those kinds of investments, other than doing ad hoc investments that we have seen happening in some of these places, largely because the capacities of the local governments to predict ahead of time are a little bit constrained and slow. So that's partly one of the issues that we notice. We also notice that our planning has not really moved swiftly from paper to ground. And most of the things that we see on plan, we can see if you move in planning offices, you'll find a lot of beautiful plans on the walls. And what is happening on the ground is totally different. And because of that, again, you find that physical planning has not been appreciated in many of these local governments. There are very good concepts like traffic-oriented development within the realm of smart growth that would have helped us to free a lot of land and other resources so that we have infrastructure that is fully utilized. So some of these things are happening. We are seeing them in many of our upcoming cities, and the call would be that we try to prioritize planning as the first important thing.
How can we tap into those resources to see that the investors have the money at play? Then still, when we go back to planning, the major challenges, for example, the investors in industrial park lack common user facilities where they can put wastes. For example, the wastewater, it ends up going into the green spaces, the lakes, because we didn't have resources at hand to plan quickly. Mm-hmm. So you find that now they have to incur the cost of doing their own plant 100%, and yet they could benefit from the shared facilities. The security issues, the park is full with investments. But you find because housing is not there at the moment, or cheap housing is not there at the moment, the employees have to move a long distance, right from the factories going out up to Mukono, up to back in Kampala, to be able to, to come and work. And then in between, the security issues, because the roads in the park are not well developed, there's darkness, others live in the night, they're not provided with accommodation in the industries because also it is not, for health purposes, it is not right. Then, and everybody is suffering from the traffic jam. I think everybody who uses that road. A few weeks ago, the inner road of the park was closed because they're working on the rail. And everybody experienced how you can take 5 to 6 hours to leave Kampala to go up to Mukono. So those are some of the challenges that, so you find that the trucks really take a lot of time to bring raw materials. They take a lot of time to take the goods to the borders to be exported, or even to deliver them. So I suppose there are so many delays in terms of logistics that work around that. So really, real estate is paramount for purposes of industrial development, for specifically housing and other associated facilities. Still an example, if somebody gets an attack in Kampala Industrial Park, which hospital can quickly be used to help that person who has a heart attack. So real estate, you play a key role, and I'm happy that the players are all here. So how do you tap into those key opportunities that surround the development of industrial parks? As associations, the Association of Engineers, apart from getting the contractors to come and work on the roads and the buildings in there, how do you yourselves think of using the association to invest in these parks? But also we have parks in the regional areas. The opportunities are huge, and I think we should look at the possibility of Ugandans themselves, because another challenge we have is that who is participating in this real estate development in industrial parks? The statistics may be different. I wouldn't want to speak about the statistics now. But how are we prepared as associations, as key players in real estate, to see that, away from facilitating, that we also take stake in investing in this big, huge opportunity that, is at hand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the industrial parks, and she raised very many questions. The people who are working in those industrial parks in Namamve, where do they sleep? How do they move back and forth from Namamve to where they come from? If someone was hurt within the industry, which hospital do they run to quickly? If they have children and they want to go and work and make sure that they pick their children from school in time, what does it take from them to come from the industry to the school? If they need to jog after the work to make sure that they cure stress, where are they going to jog from? Now, the question of industrialization and real estate, does it make sense that we cannot just develop industries in isolation with the ecosystem of human settlement? Thank you very much, Madam. I think you raised that quickly. I want to just summarize it, but let's go to the Green Building Council. Now, these industries, we are talking about climate change. We are talking about carbon emission. We are talking about all these issues that threaten humanity. What is the Green Council's role in this? But the specific question would be, if I could read it right direct from here, considering Uganda's current construction landscape, what emerging construction and green technologies, particularly those developed or adopted locally, have the greatest potential to transform Uganda's built environment? Thank you, Madam.
Bring it down to the main things. If I may take a minute to just introduce myself, may I?
Yes, please.
My name is Trudy Mwanga. I am a climate and green building policy leader, advocate of the High Court of Uganda, and co-founder and director of the Green Building Council Uganda, member of the World Green Building Council and Africa Regional Network. Now, our work sits slightly upstream from delivery, in as much as we work with diverse government and other stakeholders to create an enabling environment that would allow for construction sustainably at scale. We're looking at regulatory reform, policy advice. We're looking at also strengthening building codes and ensuring that the climate risk and other intelligence is embedded into our systems, taking a systemic view. So that's to situate us in the ecosystem if we are having this conversation. With regards to the issue you have raised, well, okay. When we speak about green, if I may I was told today, so to jump in today, so I'm making some notes here quickly. When we speak about green technologies, we're not really discussing aesthetic, environmental add-ons or aesthetic issues, at least in my view. We're looking at issues where, for instance, technologies that will determine your cost structure, that will determine your resilience and competitiveness of Ugandan industries for 30 to 40 years. So you have to take a much wider view than just, whether you're buying water recycling, sink or something like that. Industrial real estate is a generational infrastructure, and the decisions we make today will have an effect of either locking in efficiency and resilience or locking in vulnerability. So every carbon decision, every material decision has a carbon consequences. So I would like to look at 3 tiers of issues. One is materials transformation. Those are the opportunities I see if I lump them all together rather than going through the lists of what can be done. Every material decision carries carbon consequences, and every carbon outcome has financial implications, at least in this very ESG climate risk sensitive frameworks that we're now dealing with. All right? Cement and steel, for instance, alone dominate industrial construction, and they also account for a large share of emissions globally. In a rapidly industrializing environment such as Uganda, this is key. Although we're being told that 70% or 80% of what we need will not be in place until 2050, we're on a trajectory of fast and rapid urbanization and industrialization. So therefore, locally emerging and locally adaptable technologies include low carbon cement, supplementary and sort of materials, improved steel efficiency. You've got natural resource materials. We're looking at alternative materials such as bamboo and timber. Industrialize and modular construction systems that reduce waste and improve quality. Ultimately, it comes down to not just about emissions, and comes down to the fact that as carbon risk becomes measurable, and embodied carbon becomes a factor in finance and trade, you're now either upping or detracting from your profile for fundability. Material transition becomes an industrial strategy. Tier 2, we're looking at issues of operational performance, and industrial facilities are energy intensive by their nature. So technologies such as rooftop solar integration, passive and climate responsive designs, building envelopes, high performance building envelopes are areas that we can go to. Smart metering and systems that reduce life cycle costs and operational costs across the entire development would be important. This is best, of course, when we have it done at the design stage. Sustainable construction by its nature and principle is collaborative and integrative and should be, at the beginning. Yeah. So that would be a real factor towards, what should we say, the transformation. Design-led efficiency, as we all know, reduces operational costs, mitigates your climate risk exposure, and also makes sure that in an environment of changing climate effects and increasingly fluctuating energy costs, and intensifying climate impacts, resilience is then actually locked in from the beginning, all right? Sorry, tier 3, we're looking at digital measurements and performance. So digital measurements and performance, really carbon accounting tools, life cycle assessment frameworks, benchmarking systems, building performance monitoring platforms. All of these are really critical to how we're going to move forward. Somebody earlier mentioned blockchain when we're talking about disruptive innovations. Something. Well, a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to speak to Uganda Law Society, I think, construction cluster on the issue of blockchain and how it's transforming contracting for construction. So that is an issue that has to be taken into consideration. So performance, at the end, again, is about not just about efficiency, it becomes about locking or accessing capital. Performance that is measurable becomes manageable. If it's manageable, it is transparent. If it's transparent, it is quantifiable. Bankers can, basically take it to the bank, basically.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank
yeah.
You.
You still going? Okay.
Just, just really a final point in as much as this is not just environmental or other activism. The fact of the matter is Uganda's political context and our sort of trajectory and policy trajectory is already favoring it. That is Vision 2040. We're looking at national development for NDP 4, the commitments under the Paris Agreement, and everything else that's being done around that, NDP4 in particular. So if you align your materials with, transitions and energy systems and capacity building and financing, hopefully eventually we'll have a system which is across the board geared towards sustainable construction as a system, across the board, as an economy, as opposed to just having niche projects and
ladies and gentlemen, this is tough stuff. No wonder real estate, when we speak about real estate, some people say, oh, it looks tough. You can hear it, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry. Now, this is green. We are talking about green. We are talking about the solar systems. We are talking about the water recycling facilities. We are talking about the sewage treatment plants. We are talking about the sanitation systems. We are talking about garbage collection systems. We are talking about, it's huge. And if you allow me, Commissioner, all this is industrial-based. Technology is at the center of all this. So let us switch on real estate. You are switching on industry. That's what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to come in and request Doctor, from the research point of view. These things, we cannot talk about them and forget research and development, because that's where innovation begins. But how is the School of Engineering aligning its curriculum, research and innovation agenda to address Uganda's evolving industrial real estate, infrastructure and construction needs, and what critical skills gaps exist in the sector that require strong collaboration between industry and academia? Now, Doctor, before you go in there, I would like to mention that if you look at the value chain of real estate, we are talking about plumbers, we are talking about electricians, we are talking about bricklayers. You can go ahead, please. Painters. We are talking about interior designers. We are talking about gardeners. We are talking about the whole skill set around the construction industry. How are you preparing us from the civil engineering, Makerere University point of view? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, moderator. Of course, I would want to throw the puzzle of curriculum to the audience because it's a huge question. There's political pressure for universities to train and skill people to be consumed in the industry, within the industry, the plumbers, the bricklayers, the painters, like you mentioned them. But the core function of a university is to first generate knowledge, new knowledge, but also to audit existing knowledge. I think that's at a higher level. And therefore, when the political pressure comes to us, it becomes a challenge because Makerere University, just like Harvard, just like MIT or Cambridge, are universities that are producing people at an international standard. And I'm coming to where the puzzle is that we shall all go home with to digest and find answers. Now, there's a report by the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa that states that 43% of the money you spend in construction is actually what goes into labor and materials. 57% leaks out through infrastructure problems, double taxation, developer overheads, ignorance, corruption, delayed approvals of plans. That is money lost. In Uganda, the report covers Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Why is that a problem? And the problem is in the way our commerce is structured. And I admire the RISE movement because it projects a future that is global. That's a global standard. That's why everyone wants to go. But what's the reality on ground? I want to use two examples. The example of Europe that we imitate and our example of our commerce structure. In Europe, pick an example of Germany. A bag of cement costs 3 euros. That's a good type of cement. What we call same one. But if I hire a German mason to build a wall for me with that 1 bag of cement, it is going to take them 2 hours. And every hour, the immigrant mason, the bad mason in Germany, is going to charge you 50 euros. That's a minimum wage. And therefore, I have cement which I've bought 3 euros, and I'm paying labor of 100 euros on that 1 bag of cement. So if I'm an innovator, I'm a developer of technology, I'm a developer of standards and specifications, I'm a developer of procurement systems, what am I going to be targeting? It's of course labor elimination, not material cost minimization. Now when you look at that commerce structure, and that's the source of our vision, you go and, that's why, for example, they have 3D printing, they'll have 3D printing, they have ready-mix concrete, which we have here. Even when we build ready-mix concrete, our buildings still collapse at the stage of construction. Okay? So they have pumpable concrete. The intention is to make sure that one person does work of 20, 30, 50 people. If I can have a robot that I've bought 1 million euros to build for me, I'm replacing 50 euros per hour. So it makes economic sense. What happens here in Uganda? That same quality bag of cement goes for 10 euros. And labor to consume it is slightly less than 2 euros. So when I go to Germany and buy their technology, and buy their vision, and come and try to implement it here, I'm working against my competitive advantage, which is cheap labor. Now, that is why we trail. That's why even when we build real estate, we cannot return the money. That's why even then, when we build, we spend much more money, over 50% lost in those other things I've talked about. Now, come to my space as the academic, the person who is supposed to train engineers to come out and practice. They are practicing against a structure that is working against them, especially that the education is still Europe, because we have to standardize, because you'd want to graduate your students and they're admitted at Harvard straight without questioning your curriculum, because we have external examiners. Come to the banking. The bank will finance a model based on European financial processes, standards. If you're not following a European financial standard, then our local banks are not going to finance you. What does that mean? That we remain recipients of foreign intelligence, recipients of foreign materials, recipients of foreign technologies. And so we are, as you talked about, that these materials here, I think when I gave you an example that when we are constructing Narubare Dam, Owen Falls Dam, in 1954, that dam gave us Tororo Cement, a factory that supplied cement for this hotel to be built. Over 90% of the materials that constructed this hotel were locally produced. But right now, every material you see here is imported. That's where the Commissioner for Industry, Mr. Dennis, when you talked about real estate, I was like, now you need to know that actually real estate is a market. And once you fix markets, then local industries develop. But then there are gaps. And I'm going to share briefly what, as Makerere, we are doing to fix those gaps. Though we have market structures, financial structures, procurement systems that are I mean, PPDA is FIDIC. FIDIC is European. Under that, the technical specifications, the processes, the demands are aligned to serve a common structure where labor is expensive. That's why when we are buying concrete, when you look at concrete, it's in cubic meters. You look at steel bars you buy as a bar when you are building. According to PPDA, steel bars are in kilograms. Huh? They're not in number of bars. Huh? Okay? So those structures are there working against our commerce. So even if we produce engineers and still meet the objective of being an international university institution, we are going to find ourselves having trouble scaling our commerce. And the solution for changing that narrative is with you, the audience. How do we transform from a cheap labor, very expensive material, commerce structure to a cheap material, very expensive labor, commerce structure, so that this rise does not make us a destination for European technologies? That we just become a market and we participate and follow through. They keep telling you, touch here, scan here, and then you proceed.
Thank you very much. Were you still submitting or you are? Yes, thank you very much. In respect with the time, I come to you. But ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that analysis. Does it make, I think we shall come back to the questions and answers. But this is why we are here today. If we don't make that connection, I think it's, as you said, we are doing an undoing. Because I have seen engineers, I have seen all these urban planners, I have seen all ladies and gentlemen well qualified in our academic institutions shy away from practice because of these bottlenecks in the market. But these are people who should be practicing and therefore switching on the industries that produce the inputs that actually make our industries work. But let me go back to the urban planner. I think you first make a comment and then I will follow up with the question as how you wanted. Thank you.
I just wanted to add something to what Doctor has talked about. You know, I ordinarily work with the Department of Urban and Regional Planning at Makerere University, and we have an annual event for fundis. I heard you mention the categories of fundis, the welders, the painters, the masons, and others. We normally have sensitization events. We started in 2023, trying to emphasize the fact to them about issues of quality of materials, building materials, because we appreciate the fact that we have engineers in the country, but not all constructions are being done by these engineers. The engineers do the supervision, but the people who do the real work, the carrying of the bricks, the mixing of the mortars, and all those things are these fundis, and the painting and others. So we try to emphasize to them issues to deal with the risks of using substandard materials, issues to deal with following procedures and protocols within the construction sites, all those kinds of things. So those events take place whenever we have the financial support from stakeholders to do those kinds of events as a way of helping to keep standards of the construction sector within the country.
Thank you very much. And you continue from there, from an urban planning perspective, how should cities rethink industrial real estate so they support sustainable industrial growth? You know we have new cities. Kampala is our major city, but we have got new cities. Where do you place them? Are they going also to be like Kampala, or we are thinking different?
Thank you very much. The idea of the new cities actually was born with the two broad perspectives. Some of the new cities were born as strategic cities for strategic interests that are in those cities. And I give an example of cities like Hoima as an oil city, and then you look at cities like Fort Portal and Jinja, or rather Fort Portal as a tourism city. And of course, we also have regional cities, like for the different regions that we have. Now, the thinking you're talking about should also be anchored within the strategic interests in those cities. If you look at Hoima, what are the industrial or the strategic interests within Hoima? And therefore, when you are planning, you are looking at the zoning of this city with regard to the kind of industrial developments that will come in line with the resources that are in that place. But of course, we've talked about the issue of accommodation, the issue of hotels. So as you talk about the industrial and the development, you think of so many other things altogether. If you're talking about the cities which are industrial cities, like we have Ginger and others, what are we putting in place in those cities to support the industrial development? Do we have the right infrastructure? Do we have them in the plans so that they are able to attract the right investment and in the right places? Because what we see, I will give the example of places like Wakiso. Every road you move, you'll find industries everywhere. There is no coordination, and as a result, if the new cities also adopt the same strategy of just allowing development for the sake of getting revenue, then we shall be in trouble.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to summarize this panel discussion so that we go into questions and answers. But I would like to request the panel, which is a very beautiful panel, well-balanced, gender-wise, to go one by one. And in your closing remarks, I think clap if you can, because it's very gender-balanced. The questions of equity are solved right away. In your closing remarks, you can say anything else that you wanted, but within at least a minimum of 3 minutes each, so that we give an opportunity to the audience to participate in this discussion. Starting with you, Madam. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Basically, I want to allude to the aspect of collaboration. The vision that we are looking through RISE, I think will happen if we speak with each other. For example, if we talk about the cities, how is that connected with the industrial parks that we have already earmarked? How is that connected to that tenfold growth that the Commissioner is talking about? How is that connected to the supply of raw materials? I think we need continuous roundtable engagements in regard to the development of the industrial parks that we have earmarked, in regard to the development of the cities that we have earmarked, and bring everybody on board, the financiers, the key players in the real estate, the investors themselves, to see that we speak to the same subject matter. But also the participants, you, our Ugandans, our East Africans, to strongly take up the opportunities. So I feel that collaborations at all stages of development is paramount. The second issue I want to speak to is the monitoring and evaluation. For example, we injected a lot of money in development of some of these industry parks, like power requirements, like development of roads. But are we taking stock to see what that money is bringing on the table vis-a-vis the money that is going out of the country in terms of resource expatriation? So I think we have to be concrete in terms of the efforts that we play at all stages by all stakeholders to ensure that we get value for money to be able to continue with that development. And lastly, I want us to think about preparing our business community as well as our young youthful population in terms of uptaking opportunities to see that this rise that we're talking about is spearheaded by our own. I feel that the potential is there and the capabilities are there, but they need to be stitched together to see that, you know, they are informed, they are managed to look the same way we look. Fortunately, when I see all the speakers, the way they, you know, the vision they have towards this, is it the same vision that the young population out there that are really strong, energetic in terms of developing this economy, do they have the same knowledge that we have? I think that's what we need to put together to see that, you know, we see RISE come to reality.
Thank you very much. Well said. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We know that we have one Uganda, and it is limited. In terms of the land, it does not expand. Population is growing. Every time we have census, we have population that is expanding. But our land size remains the same. So what we need is to make sure that all the developments that we are doing in Uganda are planned and sustainably implemented. Short of that, we are going to have problems with the unsustainability of all the developments. We have got issues to deal with the environmental challenges that will happen. So we need to emphasize the issue of planning as the primary aspect before we can even think of implementation and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you are short of saying we shall be in chaos. Over to you, madam.
Sorry. Right. My closing remarks are really to look at the issue of barriers and how we can go from talking about sustainability as something that we want to do, some strategy, ambition, to something which is real. And I would say that all things considered, the barriers are not technological. We have the technology, we have the people, we have the materials, we have the knowledge. We keep talking about alternatives that will be local to Uganda as if it's some mythical thing. They're not. Eco-concrete is here. We can have a better kind of concrete to use. So it's a matter, ultimately it comes down to issues of alignment and the matter of collaboration and co-creation, the roundtable discussions. The sector is very wide, the sector is very fragmented, the knowledge base within the sector is also very fragmented. We lack consistent and clear national baselines when it comes to building typologies, when it comes to emissions profiles, when it comes to the basic information you need really now to create a sustainability profile, whether for insurance, whether for banking, whether for fundability. So these are things that we need to actually address. And ultimately, I think if we can align finance systems, training and capacity, I've participated in the Fundi's training and understanding that there are two worlds. There's the international development project world, then there's the 46%, I think, of Ugandans are self-builders. Those things have to be balanced and try and create systems that are scalable across the board for everybody. Then I think we'll have a much more realistic approach to solutions.
Thank you very much. Doctor, over to you.
I think, moderator, since Trudy here has leaked a secret that I also run a research and construction company called Eco-Concrete, I can probably mention what we are doing towards fixing problems within real estate, both in partnership with Makerere University. One is skilling. We are testing new different skilling models. We appreciate that the formal education system is not going to output people who are adequately skilled on the first day. And so, just like Aristotle says that what you don't know, you must learn by doing, we have models where we run industrial scale machines, employ youth, make sure that they learn and they scale, they understand what it takes to produce things that can be put on the market, things of value. We have mobile machines that make blocks and pavers, and these are operated on operate-to-own model. We have people in the industry who now worked with us and now have over 4 machines. They are prosperous. These are people who did not go through formal education systems, but they are talented. And such a skill, of course, is not certified. But hopefully TVET will come on board. 2, we are into low carbon materials. We have actually put up a house using cement that is zero Portland cement. It is in Rwanda. When you visit Rwanda, you look for the mayor of Rwanda and you sleep in that house and tell us how it feels. It's a complete house of blocks. We made cement on site without using traditional Portland cement. This is a green cement that is about 85% low carbon. The traditional cements, the maximum they achieve is about 40% carbon emission reduction. We're also looking at digitization. Given that we have AI, I don't know whether we all appreciate the power of AI, that we have agents. There's agentic web that is able to mitigate the risks of our commerce, our markets, that people here are owner builders. You want to build a house, you look for a mason. You don't look for a qualified person. And so you shoulder risks that you don't know. It's like driving in the dark, but somehow the house is complete until it starts getting problems with moisture, rising damp. We are trying to make sure that we adopt AI and ICT tools that are going to get somebody who is clueless manage the risks of construction and make sure we deliver. The issues of 57, 43% financial leaks are also going to be addressed by AI, just like you know in other sectors of government. Yeah. And just these are asks, maybe to accelerate our transition from cheap labor, high material cost, and lack of skills, maybe we need intervention at policy level. And one is maybe with URSB, that every company that is in this country, since we file returns at the end of the year, that they should file returns on their participation with academic institutions, on research and development, things that they are piloting out of research, and maybe things that have been scaled as a requirement, a return requirement to be considered with URSB. Second, the final one, I think, I wish we had enough time. I had a lot of things to share that could be helpful for the RISE project.
I want to add.
Now, the last one.
Yes.
We are working with the National Building Review Board, the regulator of real estate now, construction within Uganda. We are trying to develop an instrument that accelerates application of new innovations in construction. Because you notice that as we talk about industrialization, we have to industrialize with local materials. But local materials do not have standards that guide application. And apparently standards, I'm going to state a radical statement, which is 90% true. Standards are instruments of commerce. They are not quality control measures. When a commerce grows, their standard grows, and they lock you out of their market. But they keep supplying to your market. So standards are mainly gatekeepers. They control access to markets. And so when we have all our local materials not standardized, and our National Bureau of Standards has standards which are mainly adopted from Europe. Remember, we're building a house for 35 years. Europe is replacing a building that has been existing 150 years. It now wants to put up a building for 200 years. They are no longer putting up new buildings. So their standard has a different focus. All of us grew up in houses. The reason we, for example, have a deficit of 2 million houses, homes, and then you walk around Kampala in the night and you don't see anybody with a blanket sleeping on the roadside. But then you go to Europe and they have a deficit of 10 homes, and you'll see people sleeping on the streets. The reason is standards. The house you grew up in is not considered as a house.
Thank you very much. Doctor, you can leave us there.
Moderator, sorry.
Doctor, we shall invite you another time. Yes, Madam.
I just want to interject very quickly on the issue of materials and standards and the fact that we need to localize. Obviously, localization is important. Implementation is also important. We've been working on strengthening the national building codes, but if you don't implement them, then in the end, it becomes pointless. And the other point is also we have our own traditional, I don't know about everybody, but if I go to the village, my grandfather's house is still standing. Yeah. It hasn't fallen, it hasn't broken, it's very cool. It's actually moderated to the temperatures and of the locality. So the idea of traditional materials, whether it's bamboo, timber, traditional building skills and traditions need to be re-explored, they need to be prioritized, and they need to be dignified because actually we rejected them possibly erroneously.
Thank you very, very, very much. I think Tafari and the doctor, you need to talk. Tafari, I heard they do some construction machines and so forth. The two of you need to meet. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to open this discussion to about 3 to 4, 5 questions so that we are out of here in time. we've been talking about jam, and I can tell you jam is real. It's not just something we are making up here. So earlier we since you are there, start from where you are. Short question, precise, and address it to the direct panelists so that we are able to get a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Inshuti, and I'm a software engineer. Interesting questions, interesting conversations that came forth, and I think just in the interest of time, I'll just shoot the questions to Dr. Aporo. Thank you so much for mentioning AI. Back to the video that was played. Everyone wants their future to be that, but technology, we seem to forget it behind. So how will AI-driven predictive analytics shape investment strategies now that we know the 43-57 ratio?
Thank you very much. The
Second
next
question.
You have two, okay.
Yes. To our physical planner. Now, we know that tech can help us build these sustainable, efficient urban designs that are going to shape the future. Where are we when it comes to leveraging technology? What should we be doing that we are not doing? The last one, to the investment person on the panel, what should smart contracts and technologies like blockchain bring to us, the people in Uganda? What are we doing, or what should we be doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are three questions, I think. Next.
Yes.
The lady who's helping me with the managing the questions, we need, I think, about maximum 5, so that we can ask others when we're interacting. Thank you. Okay, 5 people, but the questions could be more than 1. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Engineer Joseph Chigoz is my name, from Uganda Association of Consulting Engineers. My question goes to the urban planner in the room. From your presentation, I noticed that definitely there are a number of governance challenges that are preventing us from implementing our beautiful plans that we already have. In your experience, and maybe to those of the other panelists, how can we go over these governance challenges that we see today so that we can enjoy the beautiful plans that we have? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Alan Senyondwa. I'm from the Uganda Manufacturers Association. My question is to the good doctor, because he has shattered all economic theories. I don't know where to start from. So the question at hand is, we would like to move to high quality, high pay, and low cost material. And here with us are engineers who really don't have jobs. So how is that going to happen? That you have so many jobs, so many engineers with no jobs, but you want them to earn highly, and yet there are no jobs. So I do think, as we speak about this sustainable industrialization, by the way, let me just give you some statistics, what we all know. Construction, real estate is part of industrialization as we categorize them, if you didn't know. So the industrial sector in Uganda is made up of real estate, water, electricity, and manufacturing. Those are the 4 areas for industrialization. So you cannot really separate the two. That's why you made a very good analysis. Everything in here is literally industry. So we can't run away from that. Our challenge as latecomers, and we should understand this, colleagues, we are latecomers to this buffet. Our challenge is first to get to the buffet. How do we get to the buffet?
Oh, that's very simple.
And that is my question I pose to us all. We are trying to drive industrialization as quickly as possible so that your brothers and your sisters have something to eat and drink. Otherwise, we will have a huge burden on our hands. How do we do it is the question that we should pose ourselves, so that the 72% of the population, which is in absolute poverty, can come out of that and get something to eat. So, how is the question I pose to my good doctor who wants the engineers to earn more, and we have the materials be less? That is the question. And don't forget, please, that where the Europeans are today, no, where they were yesterday is where we are today. And I would like to just lastly say this. The standards that we use in this country are not absolutely European. The way we develop standards in the country is through stakeholder consultation. But you need to benchmark. So you get the benchmarked value, and then you come to your stakeholders and ask the question, is this what we are benchmarking good for us? And I needed to a little bit defend the Uganda National Bureau of Standards because I'm a stakeholder. And every single standard in this country is developed only after serious stakeholder engagement. They don't do it without stakeholder engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hazebufe. Uh-huh. Is that the last or the second? Okay, 1, 2. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Doctor, very nice to see you. I follow you a lot and I admire you a lot. My name is Brian Osende and I'm a mechanical engineer by profession, and I founded Tafar Engineering. Now, my question has to do with culture. I make interlocking blocks that save over 45% in construction. And my goal is to move to modular construction. We cannot build these permanent houses that our parents built that are obsolete after you've built it, because you want to change it after 5 years and you can't. You lose all the you talked about material. Our cost is high on material, low on labor. And yet we spend so much on material, we build and collapse. 15% of our waste is in material. Means you've spent 100 million to build a house, 15%, 15 million was thrown away somewhere because you don't have a plan, you have a dream that doesn't make sense, and you're trying to combine things that don't work. And I'm trying to have us move from a culture of building for permanency, which many of us can't do because less than 1% of Ugandans make even 1 million shillings per month. So how many of us are going to be able to build with the culture that we have of building permanently to think that our grandkids are going to come and stay in these houses, which they are not? Second is financing. Construction and innovation requires a lot of financing. I have personally financed my own innovation and R&D. And every time I try to go to banks, they make it almost impossible to get any finance. Even if your plan makes 100% sense and there are so many experts supporting you, the banks will say no. Everybody will be like, no, how does that work? How do we change this culture that we have that is so conservative, yet Europeans are building wood in winter climates? For us, we want to build concrete forts in a country that barely has earthquakes, has barely anything, and we are basically stagnating our own growth and pouring millions of shillings in real estate, and yet we can get that money and put it in a fixed deposit and have our child have an education in the future. So it's very confusing how we are approaching construction, and it does not make any sense whatsoever in how we construct in Uganda. We have a what do you call jenga na bomoa, build and break. It does not make sense because the materials are expensive, and yet that's how we decide to build. Professor, I'd love to talk to you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last, and then I would request that the panelists, you make it very short, because as I said, people here have to go back to their homes. Jam is real. So over to you. Last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sila Vesigamkama. I am a forestry graduate from Makerere University. I recently graduated on Tuesday. So my question, I want to bring my question to our planner here. We have a rising, recurring bottleneck in the country, and it is the one that is causing our jam currently. We are seeing government is building roads, two-lane roads everywhere, even in our areas that are servicing these roads are the ones servicing the state. They are the ones servicing this 5-star hotel. And I don't know whether you planners, when you're planning for these developments, these roads, these estates, these apartments, do you put in what we call time frame? Do you put in time as a required issue? Do you put in time? Do you calculate and say in 20 years to come, we need, like the jam will be much, we shall have a lot of cars. So do you put in time in your planning? Then another question goes to, I think I'm going to choose Winnie. It is a question of climate change and environmental sustainability. The rise of industrial estate and industrialization, these constructions have seen most of our green ecosystems, like, let me say, swamps around or wetlands, even trees, they have seen them as obstacles to development. I want to ask, can't we have a framework that can see these wetlands, these green infrastructures as an addition? In case we are building, we can add them into our buildings instead of destroying them totally. Can't we design that framework?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, panelists, just in a few, 1 minute each. I'm sorry to constrain you, but it's just a question of time. So you can, if you had some questions, go through them in that order, and then we conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, sir, for the question. Sorry, I didn't hear your name well, but the question was about smart contracts and blockchain, what it can bring to us. I think it is important that we understand that this will help us to automate our processes and systems. If I give an example of management of industrial parks, to avoid corrupt tendencies by, providing leases. Leases are expiring. The person who owns the lease knows that the lease is expiring, and renew, or we find somebody to take it up if they cannot renew. But generally, to help us to see that there's efficiency in what we do. I think it is very important to adopt it for purposes of avoiding delays in terms of time, but also ensuring self-monitoring, so that we also avoid cases that go to court because of failure on many aspects.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you. The issue of technology and urban design. Yes, we are leveraging technology with regard to urban design. But what I need to mention is that planning starts from the design and ends with implementation. In most cases, what we see is that we do the designs, but the efforts to implement are constrained. So many of the good designs end on paper, very few or very little goes on ground. Now, the issue of governance challenges in implementation, how can we go over them? There are quite a number of things that need to be done. We need to depoliticize plan implementation. There is a lot of order from above and invisible hands when it comes to implementation of plans. People being ordered to do things differently from what is on the plan. We've seen sometimes when we have efforts to organize in some areas within the cities, sometimes you say my voters, my people, and then you find that efforts end there. Issues of budgetary support are also very key to think about. And then mindset change. The people themselves, the implementers, the owners of the land, need to appreciate when you talk of the road is 15 meters, someone should not resist some of those efforts to implement the plan. And the last question I received is from someone asking about issues of projection. When we prepare plans, do we project what will happen 10, 20 years? Indeed, that is done. But the challenge we have is that most of the neighborhoods we have in most of the cities are informally developed. They are not the planned ones. We have planned that this is how things will move, But the development is faster than the implementation itself. So before I implement what I have planned, development has already overridden the plan. And then we get some of these challenges.
This sounds like a cobweb. Madam, so how, I would want this discussion another time, but it is becoming very interesting. Madam, go ahead.
Right, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
I want to comment on just a few of the things that came up. UMA is talking about, we're coming late to the buffet, how do we do it, or how do we get to it? My issue is really not that, the issue is not that we shouldn't industrialize, we're going to have to, but how we industrialize. Europe is busy winding back 200, 300 years of mistakes. We have an opportunity to actually avoid those mistakes by putting in place the right policies, getting the right standards, and not only putting the policies in place, but actually implementing them. So we have that opportunity to do that. With regards to the standards themselves, we're talking about benchmarking and borrowing standards and stakeholder consultations. And I think it's all very important as part of the process. However, standards ultimately are data, driven. How, if you don't have basic information, baseline information on building typologies, on emissions, on materials, how are you benchmarking? So we're still very much locked in that situation where we're having to kind of borrow standards. We're not really invested in what we're seeing, but we're having to use it somehow. So efforts have to be made to not only put in place the policies required, but also ensure that we're benchmarking, if we're benchmarking at all, based on what is required in terms of Uganda, what Uganda's weather people are saying, what Uganda's materials people are saying, as opposed to somewhere else. Bamboo, I think, is doing it, and we're working with them in regards to that. Timber also is an area. Construction has gone up. We're working with National Building Review Board in that regard. So it can be done. With regards to break and build culture, well, ultimately it comes down to how are you putting together your teams? Sustainability as a process and a principle requires collaboration, usually from the start, and design happens at the beginning, and the planning happens at the beginning. How many people bring together all their team, all their technical people, and say, let's sit down, anticipate problems, and see how we can avoid them? Usually it is the architect that draws, then goes off and the engineer builds, then they discover a problem, and everyone is blaming everybody else. This one didn't do this, the other didn't do that. You could actually avoid that by having a much more collaborative, integrative process from the very beginning. As regards green spaces, yes, they can be and should be incorporated. And I think we have to make sure that these are provided for more explicitly in our national building codes and protected through NEMA. NEMA has the power to protect, but then they also have the power to grant rights to override.
Thank you very much. Doctor, last, and we conclude the session.
Okay, so I have 3 questions. One was from the gentleman, the ICT expert, how AI will shape investment strategies. Within the real estate sector, I think we have 4 cost centers. We have a cost center around labor. We have a cost center around material, a cost center around technology, tools, plant, infrastructure, and a cost center around administration. Administration, National Building Review Board has handled it. We now have an ICT tool. When you're submitting your plans to KCCA, the National Building Review Board has a platform through which you submit your plans. And if you wait and don't get a response, within 28 days, KCCA staff are in trouble. So that is achieved. Now, it remains for the private sector, for you in particular, to look at these 3. How do we develop labor management, material management, and technology management platforms? That you have to consult me after here, and then I give you a clue. The second one, the question from the gentleman, the engineer from UMA. Yes, we have standards. I'm actually a member of the Technical Committee 16 on petroleum standards. And I am constantly engaging UNBS to improve some of the standards that affect me. But standards are backed, like my colleague has said, by data, by research, notes. Consultations come at a later stage when performance has been proven. And comfortably. The standards have participated in developing and in interpretation. I have a PhD in cement, and the Ugandan standards for cement are basically European standards that where we changed the heading, word for word. And the labor, we still have people who are not employed. So if standards are maintained the way they are, that's where I'm saying there's a problem, because standards limit in access of local materials. If we allow access of local materials into our commerce, that means we're allowing local industrialization. That means we've permitted us, engineers, to look at professional industrial support in local materials. How come the white man comes and uses our earth and sticks in the bush and builds a hotel cottage and we're paying $1,000 to sleep there? It is because we need standards so that us as professionals, as architects, can now start including local materials into the space of professional practice. And then, of course, then that opens the procurement bodies. Then you're allowed to buy earth bricks. Then you're allowed, yes. So finally, the last one, Bernard from Tofari Engineering. Yours is a puzzle because I also built a house with concrete in the village. Now, I have published some books that address these problems. Every year, my second year class, I give them a quiz. I give them free plain papers, and I ask them to sketch for me a house in 5 minutes. And all of them give me the same sketch you'd have given me. A triangle, a box, one mouth, two eyes. Where does that come from? It's kindergarten. Meaning my civil engineering students who should be interpreting the environment well. Because I asked them how many would have seen such a house in a month past, and none. No one sleeps in such a house. So we are carrying models, mental models, that are still constraining us, which it goes back to you. How do we address, rehabilitate these mental models? Some people say, how do we decolonize our mind to
Thank
embrace?
you very much. Doctor, round of applause for my panel, ladies and gentlemen. I think, RISE, you need a full day for follow-up on this mission. Joshua, over to you. Thank you very much. I have done my exercises of standing. I don't need a gym this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me ask you to clap. Now, by clapping, you've just signed a social contract with me that I'll release you in the next 5 minutes. So for 5 minutes, please bear with me. And this is what's going to happen. The first 1 minute, I would like in a special way to express our gratitude to our distinguished panelists for sharing their insights. Our very able moderator, Vincent, a very good job. We had a very insightful session from Commissioner Dennis Aineviona, the industry lead, and by no means the least, a very insightful keynote address. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashad. So that's 30 seconds. So the next 30 seconds, we're going to change a few things on the podium, and it's in preparation for signing an MOU, which the keynote speaker did speak to, and everyone has been in agreement since morning about the role of stakeholder engagement in ensuring that we drive Uganda's industrialization. So in actualization of that, we will be signing an MOU between the European Organization for Sustainable Development, and AREPA. AREPA is the Africa Real Estate Practitioners Alliance. So there will be an MOU signing in the next few minutes. But allow me use the other 1 minute to give the next steps in relation to this mission and also in relation to what we've been doing over the last couple of days. So we are going to have one in the next fortnight or so. We shall have targeted stakeholder engagement activities, and these will bring together about 10 or 20 key stakeholders in each of the missions that we've held for a more in-depth discussion. And we request that you please look out for those invitations and honor the same to participate in these discussions. Thereafter, we'll go into the phase of accepting challenges and validating challenges. And again, this will be a follow-up to those stakeholder engagements, and you will be advised in terms of how to go about it on the system and who shall be responsible. The third phase will be around onboarding, or pre-onboarding and screening, and this is to encourage stakeholders that are seriously considering partnering with the bank, partnering in this movement of RISE. There will be pre-screening and onboarding, again, across the different missions. And then lastly, after onboarding, we'll go into the actual nitty-gritty of ensuring we develop pipelines that then translate into fundable opportunities. So we'll move into the aspects of structuring, making sure finance meets the opportunities that are not yet funded, and therefore approval and eventual funding of those opportunities. So in a nutshell, those are the 4 or 5 phases that we are going to go into. And I'm mindful of my commitment to you. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to make a clarion call. Let us approach RISE, let us approach Uganda's industrialization with the enthusiasm we've demonstrated since Wednesday. Let us translate the conversations that we've had over the last 3 days into action. And I hope and pray that you're as confident as I am when I say that RISE will translate into real projects, it will translate into real capital, it will translate into real, sustained, long-term transformation of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to act boldly and together. And at UDB, we say twende pamoja. So, ladies and gentlemen, twende pamoja. You can repeat after me. Twende pamoja. And literally it means let us move forward together. Thank you very much. You've been a very beautiful audience. If you listened, you've been patient. And now allow me to transition us into the signing ceremony. I request the AREPA team. I believe the president will guide us through the process.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I think stay here with me, because as a catalyst for the signing of the MOU, we cannot really do without you. And we thank UDB for this gesture, for understanding that the role of real estate in industrialization and giving us this platform. And allow me invite the CEO and President for EOSD, Mr. Alshab, to come in front so that we sign this MOU. And the idea is that we are going to run the industrialization agenda for real estate in Uganda as a case study, and whatever we do in Uganda, we shall scale it to the African continent. That is the whole concept. Allow me also invite the President of Area Uganda. We cannot be in your jurisdiction and do things without you. Please come in front. The Association of Real Estate Agents of Uganda who will be our implementing partner to follow through with UDB, ensuring that the real estate industry helps us to go forward. Having said that, I think again, Anita, I think she's coming up with some paperwork. Joshua, I don't know how you want us to do it. We can just, thank you. I will be in front there and probably maybe ask the president and CEO of ESOD to give it a small background. Oh, you did your remarks. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll have the two institutions exchange, or rather take a copy and just maybe display it for purposes of a picture opportunity here. Thank you very much. Okay.
Then I request Mr. Lazarus to step up, and between Area Uganda and the AREPA also we send that MOU so that EOSD, AREPA implementing through Area Uganda. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I've just looked at my watch. I used exactly 2 minutes and 49 seconds. So we thank you so much for your time and patience, and we wish you a very safe travel back home, and we will be hearing from us. Thank you. God bless you all.